just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything.
He destroys. My mouth speaks the praise of Yah, and let all flesh bless his set apart name forever and
And
ever.
never. All praise to
Hallelujah.
Yah.
All praise to the Most High.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Praise
Man,
Yah,
all
man.
praise to the Most
Praise the
High,
Most
man.
Praise
High.
y'all. Praise y'all.
Hey, y'all nasty, boy. Y'all nasty, man. Y'all know how to get somebody's spirit jump. Hallelujah.
All
Hallelujah, man. I'm telling you, man.
Selling they soul, liquor and dope. Letting go of the rope, young in the old, slippery slope. Proverbs 1 and 24 is the cause of our woes. We don't even know. So many in the city lack a father. Ain't no winning till we turn back to the Father. No quitting, remain willing to go harder. Further,
You got good people out there. You still got to follow the commandments,
that the
though.
money come with problems and we got no way to solve them. If you got it, then you got them. Best believe that, bro. Open up the Bible, you will find yourself
And
inside it.
this is the message which we have heard from him and announced to you, that Elohim is light, and in him is no darkness at
In the
all.
scriptures, love life and put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to
I was
put the
thinking when actually since you said that I was looking at Psalm 66, and that's what is going on.
I'm just trying to put the Father over everything, yeah, yeah, yeah. Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. Could care less about the power. You could keep the rings. I'm just trying to put the Father over
That's when that lust kick in, man. You always got to be dealing with that fight, that daily flesh fight every day,
every
every
day.
day.
News looks strange to Americans. They ain't used to seeing Torah keeping people with no Satan in them. Some of us only keep the
I was
laws
able
in
to
our
connect
actions.
to
Others
one of
only
our
use
elders
God
in
praises on their
Africa
linens. People want to
of
settle
the
for the
Limba
truth till
tribe.
we discover the truth. In that days we be doing something different. We follow the Abba to the T with no permission. Wrestling for blessings like you code, we on a mission. Fully understanding we're the vehicle to bring the truth to others while maintaining that Yahuwah is the engine. I don't think you heard me. I said Yah must be the engine. The Messiah came in his name. He is on one accord with him. In this land of kiddom, always second guess doctrine that's polytheistic and not keeping the Father central. Trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. Could care less about the
I don't think the
power.
Most High made a mistake. That's how I look at it. He knew what was going on. He knew what he was going to do. He knew how it was going to play out. You know what I'm saying? He
Right on.
declared the end from the beginning. So if it went like that,
That's
it meant
all.
to
It's
go
supposed
that
to
way.
go like that.
Less about the power, you could keep the rings. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything, yeah, yeah, yeah. Father over everything. Father over everything. Power, you could keep the rings. Father over everything, yeah, yeah,
I know y'all Hebrews, and I know it's late. So, Shabbat Shalom. I love y'all, man. All
Nah,
Love,
love
bro.
you
praise
You,
to
too.
the
bro.
Most High, Yah.
Yeah.
Love, brothers.
Hey, Shabbat.
Hey, all praises. All praise to the Most High.
Right on, praise Yah. Sure.
Praise Yah.
All right, Psalms 140. Rescue me, O Yahuwah, from men of evil. Preserve me from men of violence, who have devised evils in their hearts. They stir up conflicts all day long. They sharpen their tongues like a snake. The poison of cobras is under their lips. Selah. Guard me, O Yahuwah, from the hands of the wrong. Guard me from a man of violence who has schemed to trip upon my steps. The proud have hidden a trap for me and cords. They have spread the net by the waysides. They have set snares for me. Selah. I said to Yahuwah, you are my El. Hear the voice of my prayers, O Yahuwah. O Master Yahuwah, my saving strength. You have screened my head in the day of battle. Do not grant the desires of the wrongs, O Yah. Do not promote his scheme. Selah. Those who surround me lift up their head. The trouble of their lips covers them. Let burning coal fall on them. Let them be made to fall into the fire, into deep pits. Let them not rise again. Let not a slanderer be established in the earth. Let evil hunt the man of violence speedily. I have known that Yah maintains the cause of the afflicted, the right ruling of the poor. Only let the righteous give thanks to your name. Let the straight ones dwell in your presence. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
You know, all
That's
praise
that was a
that ain't nothing
perfect.
but the that ain't nothing but the spirit. We didn't even I said I don't even have a songs for this one, and this is what we go to.
Tell us
It's gonna
something,
be
Mark.
come on,
Okay.
all praises. You know, that's a crazy start. All praises, man.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey
praise
man,
God. Shalom, y'all.
Shabbat
Shalom,
Shalom.
Mark.
Shalom.
So what we dealing with today, brothers, you know, we're gonna be here for a while, but you know, the name of this discussion is whether we live or we die. You know, basically saying, you know, whether it's the most high will that we live or whether the most high will that we die. You know what I'm saying? While we you know, keeping his word and you know the times that we coming in. You know what I'm saying? What was that man, you said something? Oh, okay. So I said something. But yeah, it's whether we live or we die. You know, we're gonna hit some stories and you know, y'all get it as we go. You got it up.
Okay. I started off Matthew 24, 1 through 14. And going out, Yahushua went away from the set apart place, and his taught ones came near to point out to him the buildings of the set apart place. And Yahushua said to them, do you not see all these? Truly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another, at all, which shall not be thrown down. And as he sat on the Mount of Olives, taught ones came to him separately, saying, say to us, when shall this be? And what is the sign of your coming and of the age and of the end of the age? And Yahushua answering said to them, take heed that no one leads you astray. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Messiah. And they shall lead many astray. And you shall begin to hear of fighting and reports of fighting. See that you are not troubled, for these have to take place. But the end is not yet. For nation shall rise up against for nation shall rise against nation, and reign against reign. And there shall be scarcities of food, and deadly diseases, and earthquakes in places. And all these things are the beginning of birth pains. Then they shall deliver you up to affliction and kill you, and you shall be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many shall stumble, and they shall deliver up one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise up and lead many astray. And because of the increase in lawlessness, the love of many shall become cold. But he who shall have endured to the end shall be saved. And this good news of the reign shall be proclaimed in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end shall come.
Yeah, so you know, we seeing all this already, right? In the time that we living in now. And you know, we see you know, the censorships that's going on. You know, it's just a matter of time for persecution come. So, you know, a lot we see in the earthquakes, we see in the destruction, you know, all that stuff that Mashiach said, you know, we hear, right? We hear. And just, you know, we just it's a motivation, right? To be prepared for what's to come. So we're gonna read Luke, you got it, 22, 24 through 30.
24 through 33. And there also took place a dispute among them as to which of them seemed to be greater. And he said to them, the sovereigns of the nations rule over them, and those who control them are called workers of good. But not so with you. But let him who is greatest among you be as the youngest, and the leader as one who serves. For who is greater, the one who sits at the table or the one who serves? Is it not the one who sits at the table? But I am in your midst as the one who serves. But you are those who have remained with me. But you are those who have remained with me in my trials, and I covenant for you as my Father covenanted for me. I reign to eat and drink at my table in my reign, and to sit on thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And the
Hey,
master
hey,
said,
and you seeing this too, but he said he who endures to the end, right? So even to eat and drink at his table, we have to endure to the end, straight up.
right, right. And the master said, Shimeon, Shimeon, see, Satan has asked for you to sift you as wheat, but I have prayed for you that your belief should not fail. And when you have turned, strengthen your brothers.
Right. That's it.
And he said that,
And we also want that same thing. That's why he our intercessor, right? You know what I'm saying? So when we pray in Mashiach name, right? And he the intercessor, what he doing? The same thing he did right here. I pray for you, right? So he went as the intercessor, he went to the most high for you. Come on, man. We gotta walk in obedience to get that. Go ahead though. And do it. Oh, go ahead though.
Yeah, he said Satan has asked for you to sift you like wheat. You see that though? You can read this and pass over that. He said Satan has asked for you.
Man.
Who he asked? The Most High, right? Just like he asked for Job.
Right? I'm about to say that. Yeah.
Right.
And he said to him,
hold on. And what did Job have to do? Job had to endure, right?
Right.
He had to endure. He had to endure,
You
know. And he said to him, Master, I am prepared to go with you, both to prison and to death. He said, I'm going to do it all. Don't even trip. Jumping down to 35, 38. And he said to them, when I sent you without purse and bag and sandals, did you lack any?
Hey, real quick. And that and that's the whole point of the discussion, right? At that 33, right? And I shall go with you to prison or to death, right? Whether we live or we die, right? And this is what we getting into as we, you know what I'm saying? Like, how far would you willing to go for the Most High? Like, does it matter? We're gonna talk about it. So you got it up. You know, I'm prepared to go with you to prison and to death, right? He said, "Mother, should be delivered up, right? And they should kill you, man." But you got it up.
Right. And just like the Messiah said, I have prayed for you that your belief should not fail. And when you have turned, strengthen your brothers. You know what I'm saying? Because his belief did fail a little bit, but then he wised up and got right with it, right? Some of them had to see the Messiah before their strength was there. You know what I'm saying? Satan was coming.
Two is better than one.
Failed him. He had failed him anyway because he denied him.
Right.
You know, and he just lied to him. Basically, he said, "I'm ready to go to prison or to death." He wasn't ready to go to neither one. That's why he denied the Messiah.
And that be a thing. Whatever you facing, you know what I'm saying? Is you gonna stand on the Most High, or is you gonna pray, you know,
Mm-hmm.
pray away. What you gonna say, Shad?
Oh no, it's all good. Like you say, that belief though. You know what I'm talking about? So we gotta know exactly what we praying for. Just like he said, just like Mashiach said, I'm praying for you. You feel me? When he was talking to Shimeon, we gotta have that same mindset of what we really asking for, right?
And be strong in it.
Right.
And he said to them, 35, and he said to them, when I sent you without purse and bag and sandals, did you lack any? And they said, none at all. And he said to them, but now let him who has a purse take it, likewise also a bag. And let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy one. Hmm. That's like, you ain't got no pistol, go get you a pistol.
Exactly.
Huh?
Straight up.
Well, I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with lawless ones. For that which refers to me has an end too. And they said, Master, look, here are two swords. But he said to them, that's enough.
Okay. So let's do so he said, and they said, Master, look, here are two swords. But he said to them, that's enough. So let's go back up to 37 real quick. He said, for I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. So Mashiach, we know he came to die for our sins. He didn't come. Cause remember, they thought he was coming to knock heads off, right? When the Messiah come, but that's not. No, he came to be a sacrifice for our sins. You know what I'm saying, now?
Right.
So when he said, and they said, Master, look, here are two swords. He said, that's enough, right? It wasn't time for that. It wasn't time for Mashiach to do that. You know what I'm saying? He can't lay down his life. You know what I'm saying? But there is so let's go ahead and we're going to Ecclesiastes 3:1-11, right? We're going to read about, it's a time for everything, man. Let's go ahead and hit that real quick.
Ecclesiastes 3:1-11. For every matter, there's an appointed time, even a time for every pursuit under the heavens, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to root up, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to throw away stones and a time to gather stones, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to loose, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to sow, a time to be silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for battle and a time for peace. What does the worker gain from his toil? I have I have seen the task of I have seen the task Elohim has given to the sons of men to be humbled by it. He has made it all beautiful in his time. Even the ages he has put in their hearts, except that no one finds out the work that Elohim does from beginning to end.
Oh, praise. So he said he had made it all beautiful in his time. So like, well, we're going to the discussion is whether we live or die, right? So we're going to hit different stories where it was a time for, and like you said, made everything beautiful in his time. We got different stories where it was time to pick up the sword, right? We're going to read stories where people, when they picked up the sword. We're also going to read stories where people, when they didn't pick up a sword, but hey, some of them had to die. Some people was delivered up, but either way, it was all for the glory of the Most High, right? But either way, no matter how our story ends, brothers, you see the times we're living in, right? Some of us want to get on the ship to Tarshish. Some of us looking for the chariots to come. Some of us may have to die, right? It's just a matter of what's the most high will? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let his will be done.
Man, all praises, bro. All praises.
All
But
praises.
but no matter his will, we gotta what? Endure to that end, right? You see it through.
Or to the end.
Right.
Right.
And look what he promised us in Revelations, right? If we die for his name, you feel me? You know what I'm talking about? That's 1,000-year reign status right there. You feel me?
Right. I mean, just think of even like he said, feed the poor, do this and that to the needy, and do this and that. He said, I'm gonna raise you up first in my resurrection. So it's it's a lot of enduring we gotta do, right? In all things. Okay. Psalm 48. That's what we have next up. Psalm 48.
Yeah, the whole chapter. Anybody's how we kicking off the discussion.
Okay. You want me to hit it up?
I can keep going unless you want to read.
I'll hit the next one.
Okay. Great is Yahuwah, and greatly to be praised in the city of our Elohim, his set apart mountain. Beautiful on high, the joy of all the earth is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city, the great sovereign. Elohim is in their citadels. He is known as a refuge. For look, the sovereigns meet. They passed by together. They saw, so they marveled. They were alarmed. They hastened away. Trembling took hold of them. Trembling took hold of them there. Pain as of a woman in labor. With an east wind, you break the ships of Tarshish. As we have heard, so we have seen in the city of Yahuwah of hosts, in the city of our Elohim. Elohim establishes her forever. Selah. We have thought, O Elohim, of your loving commitment in the midst of your Hakel. According to your name, O Elohim, so is your praise to the ends of the earth. Your right hand is filled with righteousness. Say
I was just with you on that 10 where it say, so is your praise to the ends of the earth, right? According to your name. I mean, it's eternal right there.
Right, right. Name he prescribed, right? Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Yahudah exalt because of your right rulings. Walk about Zion and go all around her. Count her towers. Set your heart upon her rampart. Go through her citadels so that you report it to the coming generation. For this Elohim is our Elohim forever and ever. He himself leads us, even to death.
That's what you're supposed to be reporting to the generations, man.
Right.
Elohim is our Elohim forever and ever. Right? He himself leads us even into death. All praise.
Oh, phrases. You caught it. You caught it.
You got to say loud on that one,
Yes. And this is why we're about to relate these stories, because look, ain't nothing new under the sun. Huh? You know what I'm saying? These times coming upon us again.
Right.
Okay. First Maccabees, chapter 1, 1 through 4. Then we jump.
Okay.
I get it. You want it?
Yeah, I hit it. You can get
okay.
it.
Go ahead.
And it happened. After that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians, and Media, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Yavan, and made many wars and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, so much so that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up, and he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. And after these things, he fell
That's
sick.
good. Jump to 10, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Alexander the Great right there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander, the son of Philip.
Yep.
There we go.
Just reading 10, then we jumping out.
Okay. Okay. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
Okay, jumping to 16 to 25.
Now, when the kingdom was established before Antiochus, he thought to reign over Mizraim, that he might have the dominion of 2 realms. Wherefore he entered into Mizraim with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and horsemen, and a great navy, and made war against Ptolemy, king of Mizraim. But Ptolemy was afraid of him and fled, and many were wounded to death. Thus they got the strong cities in the land of Mizraim, and he took the spoils thereof. And after that, Antigonus had smitten Mizraim, he returned again in the 143rd year, and went up against Yashrael and Jerusalem with a great multitude, and entered proudly into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar and the menorah of light and all the vessels thereof, and the table of showbread and the pouring vessels and the vials and the censers of gold and the veil and the crown and the gold ornaments that were before the temple, all which he pulled off.
He took everything.
Right. He took also the silver and the gold and the precious vessels. Also, he took the hidden treasures which he found. Hidden treasures. And he had taken all away, and he went into his own land, having made a great massacre and spoken very proudly. Right? So we see ain't nothing new under the sun, right? Even back during this time, they had already went up into our land and took. So, you know, when you see stuff in museums, like, oh, you know, like this just actually happened in the 1500s, this been happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, there was a great mourning in Yashrael in every place where they were.
Okay. Jump to 3rd Maccabees. 3rd Maccabees.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Yeah, 26
to 30.
And not satisfied with countless acts of impiety, his audacity so increased that he raised evil reports there, and many of his friends watching his purpose attentively joined in furthering his will. His purpose was to indict a public stigma upon our race. Wherefore he erected a pillar at the tower porch and caused the following inscriptions to be engraved upon it. That entrance to their own temple was to be refused to all those who would not sacrifice. That all the Yehudim were to be registered among the common people. That those who resisted were to be forcibly seized and put to death.
Mm-hmm.
That those who were thus registered were to be marked on their persons by the ivy leaf symbol of diocese.
That's like the mark of the beast, right?
Right. Hey, you know, like we just said, nothing new under the sun, right? We coming upon these times. They're already talking about chipping people. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Right. Right.
That's like how they used to brand these slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And to be set apart with these limited rights. So even when you get that mark of that beast, you still got limited rights.
Right.
To do away with the appearance of hating them all, he had written it. He had it written underneath that if any of them should elect to enter the community of those initiated in the rites, these should have equal rights with the Alexandrians.
Gonna jump out to that Romans. What's that? We got Romans 8, right? Yeah, Romans 8, verse 31 to 39.
31. Romans 8, 31 to 39.
Yeah, okay. So we seen what Antiochus, you know, what he just said to the people, do this, you know what I mean? Get my mark. You know, what say, renounce the most high, right? What he was saying now?
Yeah. Like they into that city, they got to get that mark.
Yeah,
and they got limited access to everything. Still got limited access, even though they got the mark.
Right, or they're gonna be put to death, right? If they don't do none of this, they get put to death. So go ahead, I'll read that.
What then? What then shall we say to this? If Elohim is for us, who is against us? Truly, he who did not separate, truly, he who did not spare his own son, but deliver him up on behalf of us all, how shall he not, along with him, freely give us all else? Who shall bring any charge against Elohim's chosen ones? It is Elohim who is declared right. Who is he?
It's Antiochus, you know what I'm saying?
And that's why it's called right ruling, right? So it's the most high judgment, whether, like I was saying, you know, whether we live or we die. It's in the most high hands, you know, because regardless, he is declared right. So if you say, hey man, I'm gonna put you through this persecution and you're gonna have to go through this persecution until death, then again, like Paul is saying right here, you shouldn't expect nothing less. Look what he did for to his own son for the salvation of our sins.
Right.
So
Pretty much everything is in its time, like we just read in Ecclesiastes.
Straight up.
Time to die. Who shall bring any charge against Elohim's chosen ones? It is Elohim who is declaring right.
Wait,
Who
hold
is
on.
he?
Hold on, cause that's deep. Who shall bring any charge against Elohim's chosen ones? Hold on. It says it is Elohim who is declaring right. You know what I mean? Separating that wheat and tears, right? The sheep from the goat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We got a decision to make. We got decisions to make at this time. Are you gonna get the mark of the beast, just like they had a decision to make at that time? Are you gonna get the mark of Antioch? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna follow the kings of the earth or the Most High? Go ahead,
Right. And is you gonna fight for the Most High? Right.
Right.
You know that Mark was God of wine.
You said what up?
You know that mark that they was getting? That was the God of wine.
That's crazy.
Right.
And again, enduring. That's a part of this endurance. When he say he who endures to the end, because persecution gonna come. Don't get that mark. That's a part of persecution.
Right. power and temptation.
Right.
Who is he who is condemning?
My bad.
Go ahead,
I
Bob.
don't mean to interrupt, but like you said, that is persecution, because if you don't get the mark, then you can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't operate, and life is going to get kind of harder. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. And that's why what we read earlier, it said that they was registering them, and those who wouldn't register, they seized them forcibly, right? And put them to death.
Right.
That's a part of that persecution.
Right. Romans 8:34. Who is he who is condemning? It is Messiah who died, and furthermore is also raised up, who is also at the right hand of Elohim, who also makes intercession for us.
Come on, that's what we was speaking about earlier. Who
Right.
also makes intercession for us, right?
He said, "I pray for you," right?
Exactly, like he told Shimeon, "I pray for you." That's making intercession right there.
Sure.
Who shall separate us from the love of the Messiah? Shall pressure or distress or persecution or scarcity of food or nakedness or danger or sword?
Come on.
As it has been written, for your sakes we are killed all day long. We are reckoned as sheep of slaughter.
Come on.
Right.
They
Plain.
take, hey, my bad. Yeah, they take some strong enduring right there, man. When you read that, shall pressure or distress or persecution or scarcity of food or nakedness or danger or sword. We got to endure all of this, man.
Right. Okay. But in all this, we are more than overcomers through him who loves us. We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
Come this time.
All right. For I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor messengers, nor principalities, nor powers, neither the present nor the future, nor height nor depth, nor any creature shall be able to separate us from the love of Elohim, which is in Messiah Yahushua, our Master.
Praise Yah. So go ahead, finish up that
Praise Yah.
Maccabees 31 through 32.
All right, finishing up Maccabees, 31 and 33.
Some of those who were over the city, therefore, abhorring any approach to the city of piety, unhesitatingly gave in to the king and expected to derive some great honor from a future connection with him. Right? That's why he told you, even you taking this mark and you still get limited rights. And they thought they was gonna get some special. You know what I'm talking about? Future connection, what it say.
Right.
A nobler Ruach, however, prompted the majority to cling to their religious observances. And by paying money that they might live unmolested, these sought to escape the registration.
Hey, real quick. I don't know if this is off topic, but it made me think of something. Like he said, you know, like even our people, like our people will join the military of America, and then you know thinking maybe they might get treated differently or something, but then they get treated like still get treated like a nigga, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Like we think, you know, we need to seek the Most High. We be trying to seek man too much and be man pleasers, man. You know.
Right. The greatest honor they gonna give you out here is thank you for your service. That's all they gonna tell you.
Go get another job. Don't go find you a job now. Where you want
You're right. Y'all right, because they do treat some people like crap.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, like you think about the Vietnam War, you know what I'm saying? It was a whole lot of controversy about how our brothers went out there and fought, and came back, and they say we can't even drink out the same water fountain. You come back and you still treated like a nigga. You know what I'm
Still
saying?
treated like.
Got it out.
33 out.
Okay. Cheerfully looking forward to future age, they abhorred their own apostates, considering them to be national foes, and debarring them from the common usage of social intercourse.
They couldn't do a lot of stuff. You see that? They're barring them from the common uses of social intercourse.
Yep. No communication. Nothing.
All right, back to First Maccabees, chapter 2, 1 through 22. You want it out?
In those days arose Mattathiah, the son of Yachanan, the son of Simeon, a priest of the son of Yaravid, from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Modin. And he had 5 sons, Yachanan called Caddis, Shimeon called Dasi, Yehuda, who was called Maccabeai, Eleazar called Avron, and Jonathan, whose surname was Appius. And when he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Yehud and Jerusalem, he said, Woe is me, wherefore was I born to see the misery of my people and of the holy city, and to dwell there, when it was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers. Her temple was become as a man without glory. Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Just read that. Her infants are slain in the streets, her young men with the sword of the enemy. What nation has not had a part in her kingdom and gotten of her spoils? All her ornaments are taken away. Of a free woman, she has become a bondservant. And behold, our sanctuary, even our beauty and glory, is laid waste, and the other nations have profaned it.
Hey, real quick, and this is what we seeing even to this day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Same thing he feeling is how we feel. As a people, man, same thing.
To what end, therefore, shall we live any longer? Then Mattathiah and his sons rent their clothes and put on sackcloth and mourn very sore. In the meanwhile, the king's officers, such as compelled the people to revolt, came into the city Modin to take them sacrifice. And when many of Yasharel came unto them, Mattathiah also and his sons came together. Then answered the king's officers and said to Mattathiah, On this wise, you are a ruler and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with sons and brethren. Now therefore, come you first and fulfill the king's commandment, like as all the heathen have done, and the men of Yehuda also, and such as remain at Jerusalem. So shall you and your house be in the number of the king's friends, and you and your children shall be honored with silver and gold and many rewards. Then Mattathiah answered and spoke with a loud voice, Though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him and fall away every one from their faith of their fathers and give consent to his commandments, yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers. Far be it that we should forsake the Torah and the ordinances. We will not hearken to the king's words to go from our faith, either on the right hand or the left.
Jumping to 27. Okay. He's standing 10 toes down.
And that's what we got, and that's what we got to get ready to do. You know what I'm saying? And we see where this world going. We see what's considered good and bad out here. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
What
So
did
we
we
gotta
just
stay
read that to?
up.
What you say, man?
What did we just read that to? 19?
22.
22.
22. Okay.
So yeah, same thing. Like we stand on the Most High, so we don't care how many genders y'all say it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the Most High made male and female.
All right. And Mattiyahu cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, "Whosoever is zealous of the Torah and maintains the covenant, let him follow me." So he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that they ever had in the city.
They left everything. Jumping to 42 to 50. All right.
Okay.
Right.
That was 27 and 28, man.
Got you.
42 to 50.
Then came there into his company of Hasidians, who were mighty men of Yasharel, even all such as were voluntarily devoted unto the Torah. Also, all that fled for persecution joined themselves unto them, and were a stay unto them. So they joined their forces and smote sinful men in their anger, and wicked men in their wrath, but the rest fled to the heathen for help. Then Mattiyahu and his friends went round about and pulled down altars, and what children soever they found within the coast of Yasharel uncircumcised, those they circumcised valiantly. They pursued also after the proud man, and the work prospered in their hand. So they recovered the Torah out of the hand of the other nations and out of the hand of kings, neither suffered they the sinner to triumph. Now, when the time drew near that Mattiyahu should die, he said unto his sons, "Now has pride and rebuke gotten strength, and the time of destruction, and the wrath of indignation. Now, therefore, my sons, be zealous for the Torah, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers."
Praise Yah.
Oh,
And,
praise.
and that right there, we read the Maccabees. Why? Because that was the time to pick up that sword. You know what I'm saying? That was the time to go to battle. You know what I'm saying? That was the time to fight for the Most High. Stand, whether you live or die. Whether they lived or died, they went to war. They went to battle. That was the time for the sword.
I got you.
Okay, 2 Corinthians chapter 4, 11 through 18. You keep going out.
All right. For we, the living, are always delivered to death for the sake of Yahushua, that the life of Yahushua might be also manifested in our mortal flesh. So that death indeed is working in us, but the life in you. But having the same spirit of belief, according to what has been written. I believe, therefore I spoke. We also believe, therefore we also speak.
Hold on, real quick. So go back up to that. What, 13? 12. So that death indeed is working in us. So even though you dying, but the life in you, right? Because we don't die. You know what I'm saying? If we die to the Most High, we live.
But death is indeed working in us.
Right. Go ahead,
Knowing that he who raised up the master, Yahuwah, shall also raise us up through Yehoshua and shall present us with you. For all this is for your sake, that favor having spread through the many will cause thanksgiving to overflow unto the esteem of Elohim. Therefore we do not lose heart, but even if our outward man is perishing, the inward man is being renewed day by day. Man, I like that, man. I go with that. Go back up to when the death is yeah, man. You know, the outward man is perishing, but the inward man is renewed day by day. For this slight momentary, what'd you say?
You say being renewed in that spirit, increasing in the Most High, right?
For this slight momentary pressure is working us a far more exceeding and everlasting weight of esteem. We are not looking on what is seen, but on what is not seen.
For sure.
For what is seen passes away, but what is not seen is everlasting.
And that's what that's where again that endurance kicks in, right? Because it's all this is slight momentary pressure.
And
Slight momentary pressure.
Endurance and faith, right?
Right.
We can't see, we gotta have an endurance and faith.
Right, for sure. So again, if you don't go through that slight momentary pressure and you fold, man, look what that leads to. Yeah. Right.
I said, no man having picked up the plow and put it down is fit for the kingdom. That's what it said.
Gotta keep plowing, right?
That's right, huh?
No matter what. All right, Daniel, chapter 1. We're gonna read 1 through 8. Anybody? Marv, Remain? Or you want to keep going, Adam?
I keep going.
You take.
You keep going, Adam.
Okay. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, Nebuchadnezzar, sovereign of Babel, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And Yahuwah gave Jehoiakim, sovereign of Yehuda, into his hand, with some of the utensils of the house of Elohim, which he brought to the land of Shinar, to the house of his mighty one. And he brought the utensils into the treasure of his house, into the treasure house of his mighty one. And the sovereign said to Ashpenaz, the chief of the eunuchs, to bring some of the children of Yisrael and some of the sovereign's descendants and some of the nobles. Young man in whom there was no blemish, but good looking, having insight in all wisdom, having knowledge and understanding, learning, capable to stand in the sovereign's palace, and to teach them the writing and speech of the Kesdim.
And you see that? So basically they saying in these times they would have said, hey, just go get Shad. You feel me? You see some young man with no blemish. You feel me?
You only said that good looking, having insight and all wisdom.
They just would have said, go get Shad. You know what I'm saying? Go get Sarah.
Hey, go back down though to where it said eunuchs, the eunuchs right there. The sovereign said, then the sovereign said to Ashpenaz, the chief of the eunuchs. Well, a eunuch is a person with their thing cut off. And them the only ones that was allowed inside the palace of the kings. Because he wouldn't let nobody that had penises around the girls that he had, all his wives and stuff. So you had to be castrated around his women.
That's sick.
Yeah. That's in his palace. All the men that was in his palace was castrated. It was all eunuchs, you know.
And think of like how dedicated somebody has to dedicate themselves to the king to do that. You know,
right.
For sure.
Then on verse 4, it said, young man whom there was no blemish, but good looking, having insight and wisdom, having knowledge. You know, you read all that. You know, Shag do got wisdom, knowledge, understanding, but when they said good looking, they were like, no,
come on. That was the main reason I was in that thing. That was the main reason.
That's why it also say too. That's why it also say too. It say capable of standing in the sovereign's palace. You know, they was capable of standing in there. You know,
because they was castrated.
Yeah,
because
they was eunuchs.
The eunuchs.
Not the Hebrews though. I think he having insight and all wisdom. So I guess they was all right. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They ain't gonna be, you know, horny like the other dudes. You know what I'm saying?
right? And it was saying when he was saying capable of standing there, it's like being able to be in the presence of the king. You feel me? They ain't gonna be living there all day in there like the eunuchs. You know what I'm saying? Because like you say, the eunuchs was just men serving the queen, basically. You feel me? So that wasn't their purpose.
Got you. All right, 5.
Yeah.
And the sovereign appointed for them a daily ration of the sovereign's food and of the wine which he drank, and 3 years of training for them, so that at the end thereof they should stand before the sovereign. They had to go to 3 years of training. Now among them from the sons of Yehuda, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, and the chief of the eunuchs gave them names, for he called Daniel Belteshazzar, and Hananiah Shadrach, and Mishael Meshach, and Azariah Abednego.
Is that where you get Shagadelic from Shadrach?
But Daniel laid it upon his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the sovereign's food, nor with wine which he drank. So he asked permission from the chief of the eunuchs not to defile himself.
Praise God. We skipping to Daniel 3, but yeah, and let's not defile ourselves, you know, in these end times, right? With all this wickedness they got going on in this world, man.
Okay, Daniel 3, 1 through 15.
They're doing 16 through 30, right? Oh, you got it out. You right, 1 through 15. You got it.
Okay.
Want me to keep going?
Keep going.
Nebuchadnezzar, the sovereign, made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits and his width 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babel. And sovereign Nebuchadnezzar sent word to gather together the viceroys, the nobles, and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image, which sovereign Nebuchadnezzar had set up.
I think we just read that in that first Maccabees. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing new.
Ain't nothing new, right? Ain't nothing new. Then the viceroys, the nobles, and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces gathered together for the dedication of the image that sovereign Nebuchadnezzar had set up.
They still be, like you say, ain't nothing new, because they still be doing that to this day.
Yeah. Did they make one in Texas or something like that?
I don't know. But even when it make me think of when they all be coming, they be having like them little court meetings, you feel me? I don't know what like a Senate meeting and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me think of stuff like that. When they say all the counselors and treasurers, judges, magistrates.
Yeah, I get it. That part, yeah, ain't nothing new with that. They all get together, just like ain't nothing new. Rome, hey, Nebuchadnezzar, all the magistrates, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be like in end times when they set up the image of the beast,
right?
And require everybody to worship it. Same thing.
Yep. They're gonna come try to pay dedication to the beast too.
And this AI so crazy right now, man. It's like you see them setting up an image, real.
That's what I'm saying. And like we talked about before, like the Catholic Church and all the religions they are right now, to this day, right now, they're all coming together because they say that they all worship the same so-called God. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he's pushing, man. He's saying all religions lead to God. No. Don't work like that. All right. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then a herald loudly proclaimed, "To you it is commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that as soon as you hear the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, the pipes, and all kinds of instruments, you shall fall down and do obedience to the gold image that sovereign Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Wow, man.
Yeah, it
And
almost
whosoever,
sound like them playing flutes and stuff at events and stuff, and everybody saluting to the flag.
Mhm.
Right.
Similar to it, right? And whosoever does not fall down and do obedience is immediately thrown into the midst of a burning furnace of fire.
And think about that. That's when your faith get tested, right?
Right.
Yeah, straight up. Endurance to the end.
Whether we live or whether we die.
Right. Because it say immediately they gonna throw you in that fire, right?
Right.
You have no chance to escape.
Ain't no I was fed to, right? Hour. Yeah, okay. Head first.
So as soon as all the people heard the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, and all kinds of instruments, all the people, nations, and languages fell down and did obedience to the gold image that sovereign Nebuchadnezzar had set up.
That's including Israel then, right?
It said all languages.
Sir.
And you know what? Real quick, just like y'all be talking about the flag, you know, the national anthem. And remember the time when people was taking knees, right? If that thing played, or they, you know what I mean? You was an outcast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you want to look at the football player, Colin Kaepernick. Thereupon, at the time, certain Kasdim came forward and accused the Yehudim. They spoke and said to the sovereign, Nebuchadnezzar, O sovereign, live forever. You, O sovereign, have made a decree that everyone who hears the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, the pipes, and all kinds of instruments shall fall down and do obedience to the gold image. And whoever does not fall down and do obedience is thrown into the midst of a burning furnace of fire.
So what that begs the question, right? What you gonna do when they make that decree?
Right.
Huh?
Well, you know he's gonna go tell, so
You can be like Peter and be like, nah, I'm not gonna fall.
Right.
I'm going to death. But when that time comes, you don't know what you're gonna do. You might
That's
okay. I was finna fall down. I'm fit to now.
He denied the Messiah 3 times, right?
So that's why it begs the question. What's he gonna do when they make that decree? Because it's coming. That decree coming.
Definitely coming.
And thinking about that, what did Peter do? You know what I'm saying? He denied them, and then he started cussing like they be cussing, and just to fit in with them.
Man, because he said you even talk like one of them.
So he had to start cussing. Okay, he might not be one of them then.
Man,
I don't know that nigga, man. Go ahead.
Where we going? All right.
That's how he do. You know what I'm saying? He always just got pushing one extra knot. You feel me?
But I feel locked though, man. Cause like the Most High said, you're gonna be hot or cold, man. So
yeah,
if you give up, you know what I mean. When pressure comes, then you're just like everybody else, if not worse. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's like you really come just like them, if not worse.
And that's that. And what they say, that's that thing about pressure. Pressure bust pipes. It also form diamonds, right? So what side you gonna be on? That pipe busting side or that diamond forming side? You feel me?
All in, either all in with wicked or you all in with the Most High. You all in, one or the other.
Who he this day? Who you gonna serve? All right, let's move.
There are certain Yehudim who you have set over the work of the province of Babel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O sovereign, pay no heed to you. They do not serve your Elohim, and they are not doing obedience to the gold image which you have set up. You want to go tell, huh?
You want to go tell 5.
It's always gonna be one of those. You feel me? It might come in your own family. Feel me?
Oh yeah.
No, most time, what he say? He said, I want to bring peace but a sword. You know what I'm saying? Your enemy's gonna be those in your own household. You know it.
Mm-hmm.
Your family, yeah.
And
Like
again,
family now, and
again,
it's true.
it's always gonna be, I was doing it for your own good.
Right.
Yeah, you called it.
You know, they're
Like,
gonna be like the kids was hungry.
like,
The kids was hungry, right? The kids was hungry. The kids was getting smaller. You know what I'm saying?
it's like Abraham daddy Terah did him.
Yeah,
He wouldn't told Nimrod, hey, my son did all these to my God.
Smash them bad boys up, huh?
yeah, yeah.
Food in
Move on,
front
go
of him.
tell.
Hey, that's madness, right? Right? You know, he broke my
Man.
God. Madness, huh?
Yeah.
He
Kind of
wouldn't
God
told him. He like, man, my son, man, he done had my wife cook food, put it in front of him, and then he gonna break my God.
Mm. Were we hitting 15?
14. You read 14 already? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you did. Yeah, 15.
15, that's it.
Now, if you are ready, when you hear the sound of the horn, the flute, the zithir, sorry, the lyre, the harp, the pipes, and all kinds of instruments, and you fall down and do obedience to the image which I have made, good. But if you do not do obedience, you are immediately thrown into the midst of a burning furnace of fire. And who is the Elah who does deliver you from my hands? Huh. Okay.
Who was that gonna deliver you from my hands?
Huh.
All right. It's all right. Chapter 2, verses 4 through 8. I'll read this and then you continue, Adam.
Okay.
Daniel. All right. Whatsoever is brought upon you, take cheerfully and be patient when you are changed to a low estate.
Man, real quick, I deal with that. When you are changed to a lower state, like they said, if you don't get this Antiochus, you can't do certain things, right? If you don't do this, then you'll get put to death, right? If you don't get the mark, what Revelation say? You won't be able to buy or sell. You change to a lower state. You're gonna be even more poor than what you already are.
Right.
Ahead,
For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable man in the furnace of adversity.
Hey, and that's getting real physical, what we talking about right now, ain't it?
Right.
Right.
That's real physical, right? So we see the spiritual part of it and the physical part what we read. Gold is tried in fire. An acceptable man, right? Acceptable man. Acceptable to who? The Most High.
Hmm.
Right?
Furnace of adversity. Six. I'm just gonna go 6.
Hey, come on, I don't hurt yourself. Adversity.
Believe in him, and he will help you. Order your way aright, and trust in him. Ye that fear Yahuwah, wait for his mercy, and go not aside, lest you fall.
Yours.
Ye that fear Yahuwah, believe him, and your reward shall not fail. All right, back to Daniel 3:16 through 30. Y'all can keep moving.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the sovereign, O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter.
Remember, because he said they don't pay no attention to you when we were early. They pay no heed to you. You feel me?
Yeah.
And that's not paying heed to, you know what I'm talking about? I ain't paying attention to you. I don't take no heed to you. And what he say? We ain't got no need to answer you, man. Get out my face, man.
That's right,
Man, whatever.
Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me.
You need to
Yeah.
do what? Ah, damn, whatever, dude. Whatever.
Stop
And
talking.
also, I ain't finna defile myself with this food either.
Right. Hey, Shaq, what you tell him? You said we don't deal with that wickedness, huh? You know what
Deal
I'm
with that
saying?
weakness, right? Don't deal with that weakness. Stop talking to me, man. Straight up. We ain't got no need to answer you in this matter. That's how they used to talk. But you know how we talk now.
For if so, our Eli, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning furnace of fire, and from your hands, O sovereign, from your hand, O sovereign, he does deliver.
And you want to know why they know that? Because they seen him deliver Abraham out that same fire, man. Come on. That's how we know they did that. You feel me?
But if not, let it be known to you, O sovereign, that we do not serve your Elohim, nor do we do obedience to the gold image which you have set up.
So they said, even if the Most High don't deliver us, we still ain't gonna bow down.
Man, look at that. Yeah.
Like he said, basically that's what, like, whether we live or we die, huh?
Exactly.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Whether we live or whether we die.
We still serving the Most High. Oh, come on, Ike. Come on, Ike. You know I used to freestyle. Whether we live or whether we die, we still serve the Most High. Come on, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you a beat next time.
Hey man, you want to put yourself in the passage of good looking and all that. Now you come on, man.
Okay.
Now you want to be a rapper.
Hey,
want to be a rapper.
Come on, huh?
This nigga want it all.
You want it all. He want it all.
Hey,
he might got wisdom and understanding, but that beauty and all that.
Come on, hey, classic hater. This brother's a classic hater. You know what I'm talking about? You know, every time I look in the mirror, the mirror kiss me back. You feel me?
Man.
Come on.
Come on. Texas water you drinking, man.
Hey, man, I drink that Evian. I'm drinking that European Gentile water.
I'm talking to him the other day. You know, he was looking in the mirror. I heard his wife say, "Stop looking in the mirror. I ain't got no money to be going to buy a mirror every time you want to get up and look in it." You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dang, he breaking mirrors around.
You hear this? That's how you know this brother. That's how you know this brother Jubilee Plus. He's still telling jokes from the 1990s. You feel me? You know. You know. You know, you sound like I was back in school. Every time you look in the mirror break. That's how you know this brother. I'm talking about.
Hey, I'm Jubilee Plus, and that still was funny.
Right. You know what I'm saying, man? You know, he got them corny jokes. What did the cow say to the chicken crossing the street? He get to laughing at that type of stuff. He was like, man, this dude.
That's what he said. That's everybody basically heard. He's trying to switch the joke around. That's basically what you said. Every time you look in the mirror break. That's basically what you said, huh?
Did we jump into 20?
No, we going all the way through.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to say, like he said, whether we live or die, like we read in that 2 Corinthians, so that death indeed is working in us, but the life in you. You know what I'm saying? So like he said, whether we live or die, we still going, life is still working in you, no matter what.
And we already know what's promised to us, too. We already know what's promised to us, man. Straight up. Like we got the confirmation in Revelations, but you don't think they already knew the promise and died in his name? Come on.
All praises.
Praises.
19. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with wrath, and the expression on his face changed toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He responded and gave orders that they heat the furnace 7 times more than it was usual to heat it. Like he pretty mad, huh?
Right. Go ahead, wrinkle up. You know what I'm saying?
And he commanded some of the strongest men of his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and throw them into the burning furnace of fire. So these men were bound in their coats, their trousers, and their turbans, and their garments, and were thrown into the midst of the burning furnace of fire. Thereupon, because the sovereign's order was urgent, and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flame of the fire killed those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound into the midst of the burning furnace of fire. Then the sovereign Nebuchadnezzar was amazed and stood up in a haste and spoke and said to his counselors, "Did we not throw 3 men bound in the midst of the fire?" They answered and said to the sovereign, "Certainly, O sovereign." He answered and said, "Look, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt. And the form of the 4th is like the son of Elohim." Then Nebuchadnezzar went near the mouth of the burning furnace of fire. He spoke and said, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High Eli, come out and come here." Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came from the midst of the fire. And the viceroys, the nobles, and the governors, and the sovereign's counselors gathered together, seeing these men on whose bodies the fire had no power, and the hair of their head was not singed, nor were their garments changed, nor did the smell of fire come of them. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said, "Blessed be the Eli of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his messenger and delivered his servants who trusted in him, and changed the sovereign's order, and gave up their bodies, that they should not serve nor do obedience to any Eli except their own Eli."
Except their own.
Man. Realizing, right?
Right. And that go back to that what was it? I think it was Psalms 48 that we read. You feel me? You jump back to it one time. It say, "For this Elohim is our Elohim forever and ever. He himself leads us even into death." Come on, man.
What did my bad.
Nah, but it say right there, to not serve or do any ambiance to any Eloi except their own Eloi. Come on, man.
It straightened them up, didn't it?
Come on.
Now, I'm not saying Pharaoh said those exact words, but remember he asked your Elohim to stop all the lightnings and the thunderings and everything, because he couldn't call on Ra or nobody else he was believing in, right?
Right.
Woke him up right there too.
I'm gonna let you go. Yeah. Bless me too.
Bless me too. Right. Therefore, I make a decree that whoever of any people, nation, or language who speaks any wrong against the Eli of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, his limbs shall be taken, and his house made a dunghill, because there is no other Eli who is able to deliver us like this.
So now we see what type of decree he making. Look at the first decree he made. Bow down to this statue or you thrown into the fire. Now look what decree he making. You feel me?
Then the sovereign promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babel. Change of heart, didn't he, man?
Yeah, man.
Real fire.
Big change of heart.
So that right there was, like we read earlier, time to this, but they just had faith, right? They didn't have to pick up the sword. They thought it was the time to die. The Most High decided that he was going to deliver them, right? It was cool
So,
with it.
Hey, and now he might see a certain situation and where, you know how they strip the name, how the people felt the reason. And I ain't saying it's a justified reason, but why they took the name, I ain't saying to replace it with another name. But again, think about how many times there'd be if they knew the name, if everybody just on the regular without going to seek the Most High name, knew his name. Think about how they'd blaspheme. You feel me?
Right.
This time he made a decree. He made a decree. Anybody speak against the Most High name. Anybody speak against the Most High name getting smashed out here. Ain't no decree like that out here in these streets, man. So if everybody just knew his name, think about how it'd be blasphemed all day long. Most High ain't having that, man. Straight up.
Too many idols out here, man.
Think about it. Think about when they was in Egypt at that one time, and Pharaoh said, I looked through all the books of all these gods, and I don't see your God in here. I don't see his name in here. Yeah, man. It don't belong in the book with these many gods. That's why.
Right. Yeah, they stuck on idols.
That's how his name is out here in these streets. It don't belong in everybody's mouth. That's just what it is.
That kind of remind me of I think in the book of Acts when they would have all those gods when they had that unknown God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, that Daniel story, even now, y'all, like we was just talking about earlier, we don't know what's gonna happen, what the Most High will with us. But just like Daniel and them, that's our attitude, right? Whether the Most High bring them ships of Tarshish or the chariots or however the Most High decide to do it, whether we got to get beheaded for his name, it doesn't matter. We, like he said, whether we live or die, that have in these last days.
And man, the outward man can perish. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But the inner man lives forever, man.
Kingdom of heaven is within. Hey, Romans 14, 6-9. All right, after this, Marv remain, y'all. One of y'all be ready?
Yeah.
All right, 6-9. Unless you want to start now, huh?
Yeah. It's up to Adam. I can start now. It don't matter.
Okay, yeah, 6-9. Huh?
All right. He who minds the day minds it to Yahuwah. And he who does not mind the day, to Yahuwah he does not mind it. He who eats to Yahuwah, for he gives Elohim thanks. And he who does not eat, to Yahuwah he does not eat, and give Elohim thanks. For not one of us lives to himself, and not one dies to himself. For both, if we live unto the master, and if we die unto the master.
Again.
Therefore, whether we live or die, we are the masters. For unto this Messiah died and rose and lived again to rule over both the dead and the living.
That's just plain right there, y'all. Praise y'all.
All praises.
All praises.
Fourth Maccabees. Chapter 1, 1-12.
Okay. 1-12. Okay. As I am going to demonstrate a most theological proposition, namely that observant reasoning is absolute master of the passions, I would willingly advise you to give the utmost heed to philosophy. For reason is necessary to everyone as a step to science, and more especially it embraces the praise of prudence, the highest virtue.
So we already see who this story being written to. You can tell this is being written to the Greeks because that's what they deal with, philosophy, right? So he's letting you observant reasoning, and we're gonna see what observant reasoning is, right?
All right, 3. If then reasoning appears to hold the mastery over the passions which stand in the way of temperance, such as gluttony and lust, it surely also manifestly has the rule over the affections which are contrary to justice, such as malice, and of those which are hindrances to manliness, as wrath and pain and fear. How then is it, perhaps some may say, that reasoning, if it rule the affections, is not also master of forgetfulness and ignorance? They attempt a ridiculous argument. For reasoning does not rule over its own affections, but over such as are contrary to justice, as manliness and temperance and prudence, and yet over these, so as to withstand without destroying them. I might prove to you from many other considerations and observant reasoning is sole master of the passions. But I shall prove it with the greatest force from the fortitude of Eleazar and 7 brethren and their mothers who suffered death in defiance of virtue.
Vince.
For all these consummating pains even unto death, by this consummate demonstrated that reasoning has command over the passions. For their virtues, then, is it right that I should commend those men who died with their mothers at this time in behalf of what is that? Rectitude, and for their honors, I may count them happy. For they winning admiration, not only from men in general, but even from the prosecutors, for their manliness and endurance, became the means of the destruction of the tyranny against their nation, having conquered the tyrant by their endurance, so that by their country was purified. But we may now at once enter upon the question, having commenced, as is our wont, with laying down the doctrine, and so proceed to the account of these persons, giving glory to the all-wise Elohim.
James, chapter 1, 1 through 4.
Read it.
Okay. I hit this one, and then you can continue in Maccabees, man. Yaakov, a servant of Elohim and of the Master Yahushua Messiah, to the 12 tribes who are in the dispersion, greetings, my brothers. Count it all joy when you fall into various trials, knowing that the proving of your belief works endurance. Let endurance.
I was gonna say we about to read about these various trials that that the mother and the kids had to go through, even Eliezer. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And let endurance have a perfect work, so that you be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing.
All right.
All right. Back to Maccabees 12 to 18, man. Then we jumping.
Okay. Okay. Well, 13 through 18. The question there is whether reasoning be absolute master of the passions. Let us determine then what is reasoning and what is passion, and how many forms of the passions and whether reasoning bears away over all of these.
Right. And what I'm talking about right now, in the discussion he giving, it say, and what is passions and how many forms of passions, right? So one of your passions can be, I want to live a long life. So you might not want to die, right? But I say whether we live or whether we die, right?
Right.
All right, 15. Reasoning is then intellect accompanied by the life of rectitude, putting foremost the consideration of wisdom. And wisdom is a knowledge of divine and things of men and of their causes. And this is contained in the education of the Torah by means of,
That's why in Deuteronomy 4, the Most High said, and this is your wisdom, when he was giving us this Torah, right?
Education of the Torah, for sure.
Right. This is your wisdom. Come on.
Sure.
Right.
Let's start that over. 17. And this is contained in the education of the Torah, by means of which we learn divine things reverently, and things of men profitably.
Come on now. So it's saying when you keeping this Torah, this is when you learn divine things, right? That's revered. People want to know these divine things, right? But you ain't learning them unless you keeping the Most High Torah, unless you educated in the Torah, right? Come on.
18. And the forms of wisdom are prudence and justice and manliness and temperance.
You see that? Manliness. I ain't gonna talk about your yellow gloves right now. My bad. Go ahead. I ain't gonna talk about some your yellow gloves you put on when you washing the dishes. I ain't gonna talk about it. Manliness. Come on.
22 to 27, man.
Okay. Before pleasure is lust, and after pleasure, joy. And before pain is fear, and after pain is sorrow. Wrath is an affliction common to pleasure and to pain, if anyone will pay attention when it comes upon him. There exists in pleasure a malicious disposition, which is the most multiform of all the afflictions. In the soul is an arrogance and love of money, and a vaingloriness and contention and faithfulness and the evil eye.
Wow, it's in the soul.
So
It's in the soul. Arrogance is in the soul. Love of money is in the soul. Worthlessness or vaingloriousness is in the soul. Contentions is in the soul. Faithfulness.
Yeah.
It's in the soul. Come on, man. That's why the Most High try your heart, man. Because he say all these things is in the soul. Come on.
And think about how we love each other now. We breed each other. Just us as a people.
Say it again,
As I was saying, with that evil eye, think about how much we mug each other instead of greeting each other as a people.
Right. Right. It's a say you brothers looking at you and you look at them back. Like you say, give them a salute. You know what I'm talking about?
For sure.
Man.
For real fast before he can even do it. And keep all BS away. Straight up. So our master turns away wrath all day.
All right, 27. In the body, it is greediness and gourmandizing and solitary gluttony.
Right. So gourmandizing is gluttony, basically, right? So we all like to eat, basically. That's why when we reading that Daniel, I brung out that Daniel. That's good he brung out that Daniel early because Daniel said, I don't want none of your wine or none of that food.
For
Right?
sure.
He ain't gourmetizing over nothing that you got. Right? He said, just give me some vegetables and some good water, man. Some of that Gentile water from the mountains.
And then what you drink?
Gentile water.
It's a sad drink. Yeah. You know,
Yeah,
sad
you
drink.
got to put himself in every discussion.
Hey, he heard he said, he said get some good looking. Come on,
I can read some. I can hit this chapter 5 or something.
What we reading this to? Let me write it down real quick. Hit this bathroom real quick, Rude. What is it?
Oh, this
We
the whole
reading
chapter.
the whole chapter 5.
Okay, all right. Let me hit this bathroom.
Okay.
Y'all can keep going, brothers.
Hey, I do a song break. I start singing real quick.
Okay. James 1:12-18. Okay. Is it on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still on me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Art.
You can check it.
I'll read it.
Okay, let Marv hit.
Blessed is the man who does endure trial, for when he has been proved, he shall receive the crown of life which the master has promised to those who love him.
Ooh, and that go back to that Ecclesiastes 2 that I had read earlier. You feel me? That being tried in that fire. You know what I'm saying? You come up at that fire. You feel me? It say you're gonna receive that crown of life.
Right.
That's what we seeking right now. That crown of life. That's what we want. But he say when trial come and you just fold, what's the opposite of the crown of life?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let no one say when he is enticed, I am enticed by Elohim.
Right.
For Elohim is not enticed by evil matters. He entices no one. But each one is enticed when he is drawn away by his own desires and trapped. Then, when desire has conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it has been accomplished, brings forth death.
Oh,
Hey,
there it is. Right.
I was about to say we just read what was in the soul earlier. But faithfulness, you know what I'm saying? All that.
Right. And we also read if you endure trial, what you gonna receive? The crown of life, right? But once you give in by your own desires, right? That pressure come, you say, man, I want to live a little longer, you know what I'm saying? See my kids a little longer. You know what I'm talking about? And you bow down or get that mark, you know what I'm talking about? It brings forth death.
Yeah.
Real quick. In the soul is arrogance, in the love of money, and vain pride, and contention, and faithfulness, and evil eye, right? That's what we read earlier.
Right.
You don't want to give to your own desire.
Lust, brother. Yep. Temptation.
Yeah. That greediness, that's in the soul. We got to fight against that.
Right. And again, like you said, that's in the soul. That means it's embedded in you.
Right. That malignant root, right? We read about that before.
I think that Ezra say this is the fight that we are in, right?
Right. Again, because it's embedded in you. It's all around you every day, nonstop. How can it not be embedded in you? I'm listening to the jazz station the other day. Next thing you know, they played some Kanye. Wait till I get my money right. That thing was stuck in my head this morning.
Come on,
You know what I'm talking about? It's like whatever surrounds, it's all around you all the time. You have to fight this continuously, man. You feel me? Straight up. Because it's already embedded in you. So this is something that we have to actually root out.
Yeah, that's a strong word. You got to root it out, man. You know what I'm saying? They making everything in the world the norm this day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This
Trying
is
to
what
make everything the norm.
it's word of the Most High too, man. Seriously.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to root out is the word of the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. You know, we don't deal with that pledge of allegiance. Remember, they started with the pledge. Oh, we want to take under God out of there. You know what I mean? Then we're gonna take God out of the schools. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, and then when you think about it, when you say rooting out the word of the Most High, it's like when you think about it now, they know they can't. Think about how many other different type of books we could be reading right now. But they say, hey man, we're gonna give you these 66 books. Stick with that. Right? They already took away our books, you feel me? So now they like, we gave them the 66, so we can't take away books after 66. You know what? Let's just change it up a little and start changing words in there, or take away a commandment here and there, or change it around. You feel me? That's still the same way to try to root it out, because you already said, hey, you can't have the rest of these books, we'll give you the 66. Now we're going hard in the 66. They say, hey, we have to change it around a little bit. You feel me?
Yeah, because that man want to change them laws and times. And you know what
Hey,
I'm talking about.
well, look at this. When you speak about taking the Most High out of the schools, look at the fact of how many school shootings you have now. We didn't have school shootings like this back when we was kids. When we had, I ain't gonna, you know, when he was allowed in the schools, basically.
Right.
Man, I know I don't want to get off track.
Up on these kids, we didn't think about murdering our classmates the way these kids do. Seriously.
Right. At the most, it's like I'm gonna whoop them after school. You feel me?
Yeah.
And go back to that script we read today in Matthew 24. Because of lawlessness, the love of many shall wax cold.
Lawlessness, exactly. Lawlessness.
Yes.
I was gonna say a quick point though, I don't want to get off track. You know, you mentioned that, you know, when they had the Most High schools and everything, even though they had them in there, they truly form, right? It's good to still have it in there, right?
Yeah.
Pledges and allegiance, man. You know, they say one nation under God, but are they truly one nation under the Most High?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Because they still doing what they want to do.
No,
this one nation. Go ahead, my bad.
It never was, but the fact of the presence of him, you didn't have this demonic spirit that's there now, fam.
Understandable. Yeah.
Hey, I had to disagree in one point, because like you say, you ain't had that demonic spirit like now, but in one point I disagree. This is one nation. When they say one nation under God, this one nation under Baal. For sure.
Yeah, I'm saying, it's not the Most High
that they worship.
It's whomever God they want to worship in themselves. You know what I'm saying?
And then having that, at least you got a chance to let me find out who God is. You know what I'm saying? But now, ain't no finding out nothing. Just go along.
So I can agree with that too, Jermaine, bro. You know what I'm saying? To an extent, you know, I agree with that.
We understand. We understand.
And now people got it this day. It's the new age thing.
Yeah.
New age. I'm
It's like impossible to find the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, at least you could say under God. You might want to search out that God. You know what I'm saying? But they don't even. They took him all the way out. And like you told me before, Adam. You don't see a kid going to a boy going to a woman bathroom at the school you work at.
Exactly.
I grew up seeing that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And the boys that was going in the girls' locker room or whatever, they was going to see something. They wasn't going there to use the bathroom.
The boys going there to use the bathroom, boy. and man, don't get me started. It had a swing on there because I could swing both ways. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't cool, man. That's sad.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, one nation. When we speak about nation, what are we saying? Feel me? Because when I think about nation, I'm thinking about a Pacific people.
I know who you thinking about. I know, but I'm just saying the reality of it. When they say the nation, they talking about United States, but they not serving the right God, not the God of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Most High, man. They don't know who he is, man.
So
For sure.
So
For
again,
sure.
America, Babylon, right? And we just seen what Babylon do. Say, hey, let me get some handsome people from this nation. You feel me? And that's what America is. You can't just say, oh yeah, if I go to China, I'm gonna see all Chinese. You feel
No
me?
doubt. No doubt.
If I go to these other countries, I'm gonna see the majority of their people in that country. This is Babylon clearly, because it say, let me get some people from this country. Oh yeah, this country, all y'all come over here. And guess what? I'm gonna give you an incentive when you come.
To come. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to it. Verse 16, huh?
Do not go astray, my beloved brothers. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change, nor shadow of turning.
Come on, the Father of what? Lights. Right?
Yes, sir.
They don't deal with darkness. We just talked about that last week.
At all.
Come on, at all, like.
Straight up.
Having purposed it, he brought us forth by the word of truth, for us to be kind of first fruits of his creatures. So then, my beloved brothers.
Nah, you good. You good. We jumping to 22, all right?
Oh.
22 to 27.
And become doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving yourselves.
What them people doing tomorrow when they in their assemblies? They deceive themselves, right? Hearers only. Hearers only. When you a hearer only of the word, you deceiving yourself, man.
Man, yeah, they being deceived. Most definitely, they being deceived.
But they hearing the word. They just hearing a scripture out of context.
Yes.
You ask me.
They just hear those smooth things. That's all they hear. Smooth things.
Yeah.
Come on. That scripture, damn, hey, we what context, let's deal with it. Just like we can sit here and deal with this 22. Let's deal with it. So you still only hearing it, right? You still only hearing it, deceiving yourself, man. You gotta be a doer of this word. So if the word say, hey, faith without works is dead, that means what? My works need to come to actions. So then what works are we talking about? And we'll go into that also, right? So you just can't be a hearer only, man.
Right.
They ain't never heard that verse right there you just mentioned. They ain't never heard that in no Christian church. None of that.
Okay.
Nah, honestly, yeah.
You're right.
Or line upon line according to that manner, you know.
Right.
Go ahead, 23.
Because if anyone is a hearer of the word and not a doer, he's like a man who looks at his natural face in a mirror.
Who's looking at their face in the mirror? And it was kissing them back? Go ahead,
He looks at himself and goes away and immediately forgets what he looked like.
You know what? That's the difference. Like. You can't forget this face. You know what I'm talking about?
But he that looked into the perfect Torah, that of freedom, and continues in it, not becoming a hearer that forgets, but a doer of work, this one shall be blessed in his doing of the Torah.
Praise God. That gave me goosebumps. It gave me what they call goosebumps on that one right there.
Yeah, make you think, man. But we looked into the perfect Torah, his word.
Right? Because your mind is free now. It's of freedom, your mind free. Your mind has been constricted. Every time they teach you something to tell you something, man, they constricted your mind. You feel me? Well, you getting that perfect Torah, hey, your mind free, right? And continues in it. That means nonstop.
Right.
Hard in it, right?
You can't pick it up once and be good, right? It said and continues in it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Not becoming hearers that forgets. Like I remember hearing that, but I forgot. Right.
Right. Because every time I talk sometimes, I was like, what did he say? You know what I'm saying? And then next week I forgot what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? But a doer of the work. You got to do this. Once you're doing it, it's always in your mind. Because you
That's
about
right.
it's natural now. It's natural now. You feel me? Once you're doing something that's natural, it becomes a habit. You feel me?
Hey, like the
Right,
words
that's
say,
right.
like it say, how shall a young man cleanse his path? You know what I'm saying? You got the commandments. You know what I'm saying? So if you go
One
up a
night.
little bit up, real quick, it said, just a little like another line. It said, but he that look into the perfect Torah, that of freedom, freedom of what? You know what I'm saying? Like we was just talking about that malignant root, what's in the soul, right? That's death. You know what I'm saying? So that's in us. So like I said, how shall your man cleanse his path? So we get life through Christ. We change our life. That's freedom, right? The truth set you free. The Most High is truth. So that Torah, right? Freedom, man. That's how we get life, everlasting life, man. Because if we didn't have Torah, we'll be bound to change, man. You know what I'm saying? Death, huh? You know what I'm saying?
All praise.
All praises, man.
All praise.
Okay. 26 and
All right.
27.
If any among you think he is religious and does not bridle his tongue, but deceives his own heart, this one's religion is worthless. Clean and undefiled religion before the Elohim and Father is this: to visit orphans and widows in their affliction, and to keep oneself unstained from the world.
That's a big one right there. That's a big one. And to keep oneself unstained from this word.
Right.
Okay. Fourth Maccabees, chapter 5.
I can read it out, the whole chapter.
Okay.
All right. The tyrant Antiochus, therefore, sitting in public state with his assessors upon a certain lofty place, with his armed troops standing in a circle around him, commanded his spear bearers to seize everyone of the Ivrim, or the Hebrew, right?
Right.
And to compel them to taste swine's flesh and things offered to idols.
So we know it ain't gonna be nothing. We just see the difference of our people, how they was before and now. So it's not gonna be no compel you to taste swine's flesh, because everybody gonna be in line. You feel me? Every single Israelite gonna be in line. Give me some of that swine's flesh. I'm ready. You feel me? But it's gonna be something, because everybody believe in Jesus for sure. So it's gonna be something along those lines, more major, that's gonna compel them. It'll be to renounce that name. We'll see. Swine's flesh though, a lot of people eat swine's flesh, man. They gonna jump on that so fast.
Not what goes in the man. You know what I'm saying? No.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
All you gotta do is pray over it.
Right, and that's what they gonna say. That's what they gonna say. That's what they gonna say before they
Most
take
High
that
gave
swine.
Peter that dream, and pig and everything was coming down. He told him to rise and eat.
Right, they gonna say all them scriptures before they eat that thing. You feel me?
Yeah.
Brother's gonna be in line, be like, man, I'm just gonna pray over mine. I ain't gonna get my head cut off.
That's it.
I'm gonna pray over mine, right?
All right. And things offered to idols. And should any of them be unwilling to eat the accursed food, they were to be tortured on the wheel and so killed.
See that? We were just talking about them Gentiles and how they want to torture you. You feel me? Instead of just saying, man, let me cut your head off, you done. They say, man, put him on the wheel. Let's watch him suffer. Man, that's sick in your mind. You feel me? To watch another human being have to be tortured and that's sick, man.
Yeah, that's it. And when many had been seized, a foremost man of the assembly, an Hebrew by the name of Eleazar, a priest by family. So he had to be a Levite, right, Art?
Levite, priest by family.
Right.
A priest by family, by profession, a lawyer.
Oh, so he was a smooth talker then too.
Right.
By profession, he was a lawyer, right? So to let you know, he's of the priestly familyhood, my bad, Levite.
They good.
Say his normal profession, what he do day by day, his job. He's a lawyer.
And that's deep though, cause he's a priest. That means he know the laws. So then his profession is a lawyer.
Right.
He got
You
he
know-
gotta be good at the law.
Exactly. In both aspects. In the worldly aspect of he knows the law of the world, right? He's a lawyer. And the law of the Torah. Come on, man.
Yep.
Both sides.
That's dope. I just caught that. All praises. And advanced in years. And for this reason, known to many of the king's followers were brought near to him. And Antiochus, seeing him, said, I will counsel you, old man, before your tortures begin, to taste the swine's flesh and save your life. For I feel respect for your age and gray head, which since you have had so long, you appear to me to be no philosopher and retaining the superstition.
Superstition.
Oh, superstition. Oh, superstition, like the belief. Oh,
Not even the belief, just what, Mama used to tell
When
me.
you're gonna die, you're gonna die, like when you walk between a ladder or something, they like that's superstitious, right?
Right.
but he
So,
said like
Keep your
if you
feet
eating,
spit on the broom.
mm-hmm. So he saying the Torah is like superstition because they want
right,
to change things, and they like, man, the Most High gonna kill us. You gonna die if you eat that pork. That's
right.
superstition.
Right. And that's what he
Okay.
calls it. Right.
He's calling it a superstition. Okay. And retaining the superstition of the Yuhidim. For wherefore, since nature has conferred upon you the most excellent flesh of this animal, do you love it?
And Gentiles love pork.
Wow. Hey,
They love it.
They brought it right into the church. They got what they call them? What they call them that they have at the churches with the pig pork fest or something like that.
pig roast.
Pig roast, yeah, pig roast,
Pig
pot roast, whatever.
Potluck.
Roast, I
Ain't no
think it
pot
is.
roast. It's my potlucks.
Yeah, that's what they be calling them. Yeah.
But man, boy, the devil cunning, ain't he? Because he behind all of it, right?
Right.
It said, for wherefore, says nature has conferred upon you the most excellent flesh of this animal. Do you love it? And like I said, the Gentiles love swine. And just like we read in the time of Maccabees, what did they do? What did they bring to the altar? Swine's flesh.
Right.
Wow.
And they saying this is the most excellent animal and you hate it? It say, do you hate it? Do you loathe it? Right?
Really big question right there. You don't eat pork chops? What's wrong with you?
Bacon?
Right, bacon. That's their favorite. Bacon.
That's their favorite now. They use they eat that pork roast and all that. You feel me? And then you think about them Asians, man. They love that pork. You feel me?
Oh
Man,
yeah.
look, what did the Most High say in Isaiah, right? Those who eat swine flesh along with other abominations will be consumed, right?
Will be consumed in the fire.
Right.
And that's why that's why when you ask, do you loathe this? Yes. What you just read, yes. Yes.
It seems senseless. It seems senseless not to enjoy what is pleasant, yet not disgraceful and from nations of sinfulness, to reject the boons of nature. Oh, notions and from notions of sinfulness, to reject the boons of nature, and you will be acting.
The word boons mean gift.
Oh wow.
And they calling that pork a gift of nature.
It means
right.
What you say, gift. Bones mean gift.
Yep, a gift of nature.
Mm.
That's
and And then by him saying this to reject the boons of nature, the gifts of nature, that's where that Darwin theory comes from, them Gentiles. You know what I'm saying? This is from the nature. No, the Most High created this.
It means a timely benefit or a blessing.
Oh man, they call that joint a blessing, huh?
Right, because he said it seems senseless not to enjoy what's pleasant, right? Basically would say what's pleasant, that means to do your desires. So to desire what they desire, they say, man, we want to eat that pig. That's good. Straight up, bud.
Do all types of stuff. You can have bacon, pork chops, chitlins, all types of stuff. With just this one animal.
Nah, them Gentiles ain't no chillings, man. That's straight for. They say y'all got them chillings, man. That's a slave food.
Yeah, because I ain't never seen no white person eat no chillings, boy.
Yeah.
All right. And you will be acting, I think, still more senselessly if you follow vain conceits about the truth.
Man, he said the truth that we follow is worthlessness. You see that?
Hey man, his mouth get crazy in this, bro. He talking crazy. He be talking crazy, y'all. And you will, moreover, be despising me to your own punishment. Will you not awake from your trifling philosophy and give up the folly of your notions and regaining understanding worthy of your age? Search into the truth of an expedient course.
That's why you can't give in to what these Gentiles, they believe in that philosophy, right?
Right,
They call what we read in the Torah, don't eat this meat. They call it a folly notion. Right? How? We just read it in our Torah. How is that a folly notion? And the Most High told us don't deal with this. It's abominable. If it's abominable to him, I mean, he hated
a folly notion, or they say, oh, that was for Israel only. Yeah, all right. Okay.
Well, who is Israel then? We'll ask him that next.
He did say those who consume swine's flesh, those who consume.
And you will, moreover, be despising me to your own punishment. Will you not awake from your trifling philosophy and give up the folly of your notions and regaining understanding worthy of your age? Search into the truth of an expedient course.
And one more thing, guys, roll back up. You see how he called that old wise man a fool? He said, regaining understanding worthy of your age. He basically saying you a fool acting like that. Talking about you don't want to eat no pork. You a fool. That's what he told him. You about to die for not eating pork. You about to die for not eating pork. That's what he telling him. Regaining understanding worthy of your age, man. That's crazy. Go ahead, my bad.
Straight up. And reverencing my kindly abomination, have pity upon your own years. For bear in mind that if there be any power which watches over this faith of yours, it will pardon you for all your transgressions of the Torah, which you commit through compulsion.
And that's what all our people believe in Christianity. I'm saved by grace. It will pardon you for all your transgressions of the Torah. I'm saved by grace. If I went against the Torah, guess what? I'm saved by grace.
Now we can eat flesh and do what we want to do, huh? I mean, swine's flesh and do what we want to do, huh?
Do what you want to do through your compulsions. Hey, Marv, you got that compulsions definition for us, right? It will pardon you for all transgressions of the Torah, right? Saved by grace, which you commit through what? Compulsions, right?
It's the action or state of forcing or being forced to do something constraint.
I was forced to do it, so the Most High forgives me. I was forced to do it.
An irresistible urge to behave in a certain way, especially against one's conscientious ways, conscious ways.
We like that first one. I was forced to do it. My Most High gonna forgive me because they forced me to do it, so I had to do it for the
I like that
benefit of my
second one
family.
too.
Yo, who is
I
this
Wait,
like that
dude
second one.
telling the people this, man? I want to know that.
think Antiochus, right?
To him? Okay.
Yeah. And like I just said, you know, for bear in mind, no, I'm gonna go, but you know, for all your transgression of the Torah which you commit through compulsion, I like that you got the definition of being forced because you can't get that mark of the beast and be like, I was forced to get it.
Exactly. 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 Most High, you know, they forced me to do it. So, you know, through compulsion, man. Come on.
Most High said you gotta endure to the end, huh?
Right.
He ain't trying to hear that. You got forced. You ain't get forced to do nothing.
Right.
Be faithful when unto what death, huh? That's what he said.
All praises. That's for sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah, we with you now. We riding with you. You know what I'm talking about? You know them two bikes? You know what I'm talking about? We didn't stretch this out.
While the tyrant incited him in this manner to the eatings of swine's flesh, which is against the Torah, Eleazar begged permission to speak. And having received power to speak, he began thus to deliver himself. We, O Antiochus, who are persuaded that we live under a divine Torah, considered no compulsion to be so forcible as obedience to that Torah. Wherefore, we consider that we ought not in any point to transgress the Torah. And indeed, where our Torah, as you suppose, not truly divine, and if we wrongly think it divine, we should have no right, even in that case, to destroy our sense of the faith. You know, he's speaking that talk, huh? You know what I'm saying? Think not eating the unclean then a trifling offense. For transgression of the Torah, whether in small or great matters, is of equal moment.
Oh, hey, my bad. I had to walk out one second. Hey, can you scroll back up? Because I did hear. Can you scroll back up for me for a quick second? And then I'll leave y'all alone. 17, I think it is. That's Maccabees 5 and 17.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and it said, and indeed, were our Torah, as you suppose, not truly divine. The Gentiles don't think this word that was given from the Most High is divine.
Right.
They wrongly think it. That is not divine. You say it's Moshe word, the word of Moshe. Right?
And this is why they going to church tomorrow, brother.
Come on, man. Come on. We should have no right, even in that case, to destroy our sense of the faith or your belief, because we know it's divine. We know it's divine. We don't believe nothing less, man. Come on, man. All right, that's I'll leave. Go ahead.
Well, I just like how I keep going. It said, think not eating the unclean, then a trifling offense for transgression of the Torah, whether it's small or great matters, is of equal moment. Just like James said that, right? Didn't he say you transgress one, you transgress all?
We transgress all, especially when you know better. Especially when you be like, well, it's just a little piece of pork. Then the Most High just gonna know my heart, right? Smaller group matters, man.
You know we gotta hit something. You know we gotta get this real quick. Hold on, we gotta get this.
You gotta get a side scripture in his own discussion.
He add to his own discussion. He add to his own discussion. That's
we gotta get this. We must get this. Give me 1 second. I can't let this slip. Oh yeah, First Corinthians. Let's read this real quick. I'm trying to get there. I'm getting. All right, here we go. All right, yeah. Y'all still there?
Yeah.
Okay, my phone tripping. All right, here we go. All right, for the word of the stake is indeed foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of Elohim. For it has been written, I shall destroy the wisdom of the wise and set aside the learning of the learned ones. Where is the wise? Where is the school? Where is the school at? Where is the debtor of this age? Has not Elohim made foolish the wisdom of this world? That's it. I had to hit that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's foolish to them, right?
Foolishness to them, huh?
Okay. 20 out.
All right. For in either case, the Torah is equally slighted. But you deride our philosophy as though we live. Come on, we just hit the script. We just hit the script, huh? But you deride our philosophy, right? I think it's foolishness, as though we live irrationally in it.
Come on. And that's what they think. We like, oh, you don't want to eat this piece of pork? That's irrational. You're not thinking right. You know?
We're foolish, right? Yet it instructs us in temperance so that we are superior to all pleasures and lust.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. That's what the Torah do for you. It instructs you in temperance. It instructs you in temperance so that you are superior, that you are over.
Right.
You are over all your pleasures and all your lusts, man. All praise, man.
And then standing strong in it, what it do, Yamel? Keep reading.
Oh, praise. It exercises us in manliness.
Right. Not no feebleness. Manliness.
We might as well get that definition of manliness.
Come on. I got
right?
because them yellow gloves off. Go ahead, though.
You know what I mean? Because our women gonna be dying too. They're gonna have to be bold too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we gotta get that definition of manliness to get some understanding of that.
Got you. Scar. The traditional male quality of being brave and strong. Men accustomed to proving their manliness on the streets. Or, check it out, the fact of being typically male masculinity.
Hey, that's a big statement, though. Typically being masculine, right? Think about how these men are not, man. They everything that you watch these days, even when they try to put Carmelo as president, is giving off females being masculine. Straight up. Straight up.
They got more to that.
Say it again.
Got more to that manliness.
Read that first part again. That was good.
Okay. The traditional male quality of being brave and strong, right?
Brave and strong.
Quality of being brave and strong. Exactly. Men accustomed to proving their manliness, on the streets, right? When we see that in the hood, right? They're accustomed to be tough, bro, on the streets. The fact of being typically male masculinity, right? It's the quality of the state of being manly.
So we got to understand again what the male is. Typically being male.
Right. And then that first part, being manliness, right? Because they can't knock you off your square. You standing on the Torah.
Right.
Standing on it gives you manliness, right? Standing on the truth instead of wavering.
And I'm saying, like, you know, women gonna have to die too. And we said they have manliness, being brave. What should I say?
They gotta be women. They gotta be women. They gotta be strong. They gotta be
women, right? That's a quality, man. Because
it's a quality, y'all.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. It's a quality.
Yeah, and no, and then when we talk about manliness in this aspect, we talk about humanity, right?
Right.
Are we?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Think about the virtuous woman. The virtuous woman
Right.
had to be
Right.
virtuous and take care of her home, right?
Right. So she
She wasn't
holding
no
it
hoe
down,
out
right?
in the street, right? Holding it down,
And you
holding the
still
right way.
and you still gotta think about that story that we read just recently, Susanna, right? When she was accused of being an adulterer, right? And she held it
Right.
down, right? Like she was
He
like,
held it down.
I ain't about to say that I did this and I know I ain't do this, man.
Right.
Like,
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Yeah.
That's having strength. That's a quality. It's having strength. So we're gonna endure.
Quality,
You standing on that word, man. We standing strong on it, right? That's a strength. It's a quality.
That's right.
Mhm.
That's right. All right. And exercise in us manliness so that we cheerfully undergo every grievance.
that's what we just read in that that Ecclesiasticus, that Sirach, right? Take upon that cheerfully, right?
Cheerfully, yep. And that James 1, I think it said, count it all joy when hardships come upon you.
Right. In that lovely state, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That
And
was
it
that.
instructs. You got that?
Nah, I think that was that Corinthians. I'm not sure though, but go ahead.
And it instructs us in justice, so that in all our dealings we render what is due. And it teaches us piety, so that we worship the one and only Elohim becomingly.
And I mean, and righteousness, becomingly in righteousness, how he chose to be worshipped. The Torah shows you how the Most High want to be worshipped.
All praises, right? Yeah, straight up. What? Oh, like he said, he said he could even lead you unto death. That's what it said.
Yeah.
Wherefore, it is that we eat not the unclean, for believing that the Torah was established by Elohim. We are established by Elohim. We are convinced that the creator of the world is giving his Torah symphonies with our nature.
Sympathizes.
Sympathizes with our nature.
We a nature of men, right? And we're gonna deal with
Yes.
that soon. When the Most High said, Mashiach is called the son of Adam. We're gonna deal with that. Sympathizes with our nature. That's why he gave you the Torah, to show you how to walk. I'm sympathizing with your nature. I'm gonna show you how to walk before me, though. Keep this.
Right. And that sympathy, ain't that something like
feel bad for somebody. That's what the sympathy is. You feeling bad for somebody. That's sympathy.
That is?
Yeah.
When you sympathize with somebody, right?
When you feel
that understanding, maybe.
Yeah, you understand their nature. I understand what you are. That
Right.
you are an angel. You feel me?
Or could it be like what he calls us to be? Harmony with nature, harmony and harmony with everything. So like that pig, he created it for a reason. And it don't sympathize with our nature. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it don't agree with our flesh.
But still again, you read a book of Adam and Eve. You see how the Most High sympathized with Adam and Eve because he know what they was about to go into, right?
Right.
He know like, oh, it's about to get ugly for you. I'm sympathizing with you, I know what you are and I know how it's about to be for you right now. So that sympathize, all praises to that's when to say that the Most High is merciful and all these things. Because he's having sympathy for us. He know our nature. Straight up. All praises. I'm gonna deal with that.
I was going, like you said, that pig, like you said, it had a job. Eat the dirt. So we're not supposed to eat the pig. Pig supposed to clean up the earth, man.
Earth.
And the lobsters do the same thing for the sea, right?
Catfish, lobster, shrimp.
Right.
All praises. Those things.
Just get somebody get that sympathize definition real quick too. Go ahead though.
I got it right here.
Okay. What is
that should be sympathy then, right?
It's to feel or express sympathy, right? It is easy to understand and sympathize with his predicament.
Hey,
Right.
get sympathy. Just get sympathy, because sympathize is sympathy.
Right. So it's similar, right? Because when it's sympathy, you having pity for somebody or you feeling bad. Now you want
Right.
sympathy.
So give us the definition of sympathy.
Feelings of pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune.
Come on. That's what the Most High had for Adam and Eve when they had to leave the garden. They misfortune,
right.
man.
Right. Okay. Okay.
You missed your fortune. Your fortune was in the Garden of Eden. Now your misfortune, man. Come on.
So now man got to stretch out and reach for that tree of life now, right?
Yep.
Right. Also eat.
All right. Those things which are convenient to our souls, he has directed us to eat. But those which are repugnant, repugnant, how you say that?
Repugnant.
Yeah, repugnant. Okay, to them he has dissected.
Hey, no, you added to that word.
added some vowels to that word.
What's that word?
Interdicted.
Interdicted that. Yeah. He has interdicted. But tyrant, like you, not only force us to break the Torah, but also to eat, that you may ridicule us as we thus profanely eat.
Hey, wait a minute. Let's go back to 25 real quick. Like I said, he has directed us to eat, but those which are repugnant to them, he has interdirected.
Interdicted. He said, don't eat that.
Right. So that repugnant means, you know. Go ahead, Adam.
No, go ahead. I was saying it's indicted.
Interdicted? Oh, okay. So basically, he gave us what was good and what was good for our bodies, and that wasn't good for our bodies.
Time out. Somebody background stupid dumb. Straight up. I can't even hear. I don't know if it's mine. It might be mine because I started talking and I can't hear.
Is it mine?
Oh, no, I think it was y'all.
We don't hear it now.
Okay, I don't hear it no more though. But not just saying that, you know, like he said, you know, those things which are convenient to our souls, he has directed us to eat. But those which are repugnant to them, he has interdirected.
That says interdicted. Directed. It's no R after the C.
Okay, my bad. I ain't graduated.
Both of y'all add like syllables or what? Not syllables. What is it? I can't get it right now. But yeah, okay, let's get it.
All right. But tyrant, like you, not only force us to break the Torah, but also to eat, that you may ridicule us as we thus profanely eat.
See what they gonna do? See what them Gentiles gonna do? As soon as you give up and say, yeah, okay, give it to me, they gonna ridicule you, man. That's what they gonna do.
And then they might even try to the Most High name or not. Like, look at that. You know what I'm saying?
You don't even believe that book.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I just said. You don't even believe that book. That's how they gonna ridicule you. Soon as you give it up, like, oh, let me go eat a piece of this pork so I can live. Then they go, you don't even believe that book that you got, all that.
Cause look how hard they be going for their fake gods. You know what I'm saying? Now, we gotta go just as hard.
Right, for the real one.
Straight up. But you shall not have this, cause of laughter against me, nor will I transgress the sacred oath of my forefathers to guard the Torah. Right? We gotta go hard, huh? Right? They go hard, we go hard too.
Sure.
Right.
No, not if you pluck out my eyes and consume my entrails.
Man, come on, that's vicious.
I am not so old and void of manliness, but that my rational powers are useful in defense of my faith.
You say I'm an old man, but I'm still a young warrior. You feel
That's
me?
right. Now then, prepare your wills and kindle a fiercer flame. A fiercer flame.
Right. Just like Nebuchadnezzar when he turned it up 7 times more.
Yes, sir.
Make it
Yes,
hotter.
sir.
Make it hotter.
Right.
Yes, sir. I will not so compassionate, right? My old age as on my account to break the Torah of my country.
He say I ain't gonna make no excuse saying because I'm old.
Right.
I can't endure. I can't go through this. I can't have them throw me in no fire, deal with my entrails, or pluck my eyes out. I'm too old for that. He ain't saying I ain't got no excuses, man. I ain't got no excuses. Come on with it.
I will not belie you, O Torah, my instructor, or forsake you, O beloved temperance. I will not put you to shame, O philosopher reason, or deny you, O honored priesthood and science of the Torah. Mouth, you shall not pollute my old age, nor the full stature of a perfect life.
Just when we was reading that Abraham, he said he would live about 995 years. You feel me? He said, man, I'm going on a perfect life. I ain't about to give up now. You feel me? I've been walking this narrow path for so long. You think I'm astray now?
Come on, now. We just read that. If you like, we ain't read it, but like we said, if you pick whoever picks up the plow, put it down, ain't worthy. He said he ain't putting his plow down, now.
Ain't putting it down. I'm going hard to the end.
Right. My father shall receive me pure.
Ooh.
Right. Yeah, that's deep. Because we read that he that dies unto the master regardless.
Man, and they're gonna receive him what? Period. I done
Pure.
walked the narrow path all the way to the end. I ain't never slipped out here. That's what he's saying.
My father shall receive me pure, not having quill before your compulsion, though unto death.
Right.
For over the wicked you shall tyrannize, but you shall not master it over my thoughts about the faith.
Right.
Either by your arguments or those deeds.
Come on, man. All praise.
That's it up?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Now we're in Matthew chapter 10.
Yeah, I'll read it though. I'll read this up. And I'll pass it when you get to chapter 6.
Matthew 10. You can read after this, Shag. You ain't read it in a while. 5 through 7.
All right. Yahusha sent these 12 out, having commanded them, saying, do not go into the way of the nations, and do not enter a city of the Sumerian, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as you go, proclaim, saying, the reign of the heavens has drawn near.
See that? So should we be going to the house of Israel saying, hey man, this, that, and the other? Mashiach told you what you should say to the lost sheep. Clearly.
Did we read 7 now?
I think you just read 7.
Double check.
Yeah.
Right here, yeah. I got to read 7. And as you go, proclaim, saying, the reigns of the heavens had drawn near.
17 to 22.
But beware of men, for they shall deliver you up to the Sanhedrin and flog you and their congregation. We see that going on in Eleazar. And you shall be brought before governors and sovereigns for my sake, as a witness to them and to the nations.
That's what he's doing, being a witness, right? Witness to the Torah.
And then, but that's what he's saying when they run down on us. We're gonna be a witness for his name's sake. You know his name. You You know his name. So are you gonna forsake his name in these last days, or are you gonna go hard for his last name and proclaim it to and be a witness to the sovereigns and to the nations of his name?
Come on, like they said, if he had ate that swine's flesh, then like we said, they would have. You don't truly believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Then that's what they gonna really say. They be like, proclaim his name, because it's been delivered to us in these last days. Proclaim his name. Hey, I'm a witness for that name. You know what I'm talking about? All praise.
Yah is salvation.
All praise.
But when they deliver you up, do not worry about how or what you should speak. For it shall be given to you in that hour what you shall speak.
So,
For it is
Eleazar probably didn't even know what he was finna say when he was saying that. Go ahead, though.
For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father speaking in you.
All praises to the Most High for his blessing us with his spirit, right? Come on.
All praises. And brother shall deliver up brother to death, and a father his child, and children shall rise up against parents and shall put them to death.
That's how you know how funky these times about to be.
And you shall be hated by all for my name's sake. But he who hath endured to the end shall be saved.
Read that earlier. I remember it clearly. Feel me? But again, we also talked about, and you shall be hated by all for my name's sake.
Right.
It's a reason why he's delivering his name in these last days. It's a reason. This ain't by consequence, man.
Right. And that's what we got to stand on, the truth. Got to stand on the truth since you know it, not conform back to lies that was taught.
The blessing to have that name. Praise Yah.
28. Yeah.
28. My bad.
And do not fear those who kill the body, but are unable to kill the being.
Being meaning spirit or soul, right?
But rather fear him who is able to destroy both being and body in Gehenna.
That's the lake of fire. That's the lake of fire. That's that 4th Maccabees 10 right there. I hope you jump in there. You know what I'm saying?
You go to chapter 6.
That's the 4th Maccabees. I'm telling you.
Okay, you want this 6 shot?
Sir.
Okay.
But Eleazar had in this manner and swerved by the exhortations of the tyrant. The spear bearers came up and rudely held Eleazar to the instruments of tortures.
And that after manner is answered.
You said, I said, what I say?
Answer word.
Oh.
You pronounced it all crazy. I'm like, man, it's a Gentile right here.
Nah, it jump. I'm reading in the book. I get jumped down. Okay. Verse 2. And first, they stripped the old man, adorned as he was with the comeliness of piety. Then, tying back his arms and hands, they disdainfully used him with stripes. A herald opposite crying out, obey the commands of the king. But Eleazar, the high-minded and truly noble, as one tortured in a dream, regarded it not at all. But raising his eyes on high to heaven, the old man's flesh was stripped off by the scourges, and his blood streamed down, and his sides were pierced through. So it sounded like they were whipping him, right?
Yeah. Hard.
And falling upon the ground, from his body having no power to support the pains, he yet kept his reasoning upright and bending.
He probably think, I'm about to be in eternal life.
1,000-year reign status. Then one of the horse spear bearers leaped upon his belly as he was falling and forced him upright. But he endured the pains and despised the cruelty and persevered through the indignities. And like a noble athlete, the old man, when struck, vanquished his torturers. Right? Let's say he defeated his torturers, right? And to say he vanquished them, he defeated them. Come on. His countenance sweating, and he panting for breath. He was admired by the very torturers for his courage, right? So the same ones that's torturing him, like, man, that boy strong, you know? Later. Wherefore, partly in pity for his old age, partly from sympathy of acquaintance, and partly in admiration of his endurance, some of the attendants of the king said, why do you unreasonably destroy yourself, O Eleazar, with these miseries? We will bring you some meat cooked by yourself. And do you save yourself by pretending that you have eating swine's flesh? Come on. They say you ain't really got to eat swine's flesh. Just act like you're doing.
All right, we're going to go on your refrigerator and get some meat that you cook.
Yeah, we're going to bring some of that. We're bring some of that good beef roast.
Swine.
Yeah, we're going to bring some beef roast out and just act like it's swine's flesh and just eat it so everybody see you eating it. What verse we at? 15? And Eleazar, as though the advice more painfully tortured him, cried out, let not us who are children of Abraham be so evilly advised by giving way to the make use of an unbecoming pretense. For it were irrational if, having lived up to old age in all truth, and having circumferentially guarded our character for it, we should now turn back and ourselves should become a pattern of impiety to the young, as being an example of pollution, eating. Come on, man. He said the youth is watching.
Right. Right.
I ain't about to pretend. The youngsters, another generation of what y'all male. I remember the scripture. He said, we for generations proclaim this. The next generation is watching. You think I'm gonna say I ate some swine's flesh? Come on. 19. It would be graceful if we should live on some short time, and that scorned by all men.
That'll be disgraceful.
Yeah, I'll read that again. Verse 19 again. It would be disgraceful if we should live on some short time, and that we scorned by all men for cowardice, and be condemned by the tyrant for unmanliness, by not contending to death for our divine Torah.
Come on now.
And to death, right? Because who gave the Torah?
Most High.
Oh, okay. This is his word then, right?
He said the cowardly is not going to inherit the kingdom. He ain't dealing with no cowards.
Right. So we can confirm that from the Maccabees all the way to Revelations. He ain't dealing with no cowards.
And like I said, it would be disgraceful if we should live on some short time that's scorned by all men for cowardice, just like the mark of the beast we was talking about.
Mm.
That's only for a short time, 3.5 years, right? You taking that mark for 3.5 years of
3.5 years
ease,
of cowardiceness,
right?
straight up. You gonna have that mark on you, gonna be like, man, every time you look at it, I'm a
Be
coward.
like, man, coward. Yep.
Right, straight up.
You know the Most High gonna bring that straight to your mind.
Right. And you're gonna take it for feelings, but it's really conviction, man.
How you think Peter felt when he denied Mashiach?
Right.
But hey, think about you can say how Peter felt, but it is what it is. Mashiach already told him what it was gonna be. He already told him what it was gonna be. He said, man, this is what you're gonna do, but then still see how Mashiach came back to him and said, feed my sheep. Already.
Right. He told him to strengthen yourself afterwards, right?
Right. So I already knew what it is, man. I still ain't lose you though. Go ahead. It's on me still. Hold on. Where we at?
21.
Wherefore do you, O children of Abraham, die nobly for your belief? Die nobly for your faith.
Oh, no.
Ye spear bearers of the tyrant, why do you linger? Beholding him so high-minded against misery and not changing at their pity, they led him to the fire. Then with their wickedly contrived instruments, right? They full of that, man. Who thinks of instruments to torture somebody? Then with their wickedly contrived instruments, they burnt him on the fire and poured stinking fluids down into his nostrils. And he, being at length burnt down to the bones and about to expire, raised his eyes to Elohim word and said, you know, O Elohim, that when I might have been saved, I am slain for the sake of the Torah by torches of fire. Praise Yah. Praise Yah, man. Be merciful to your people and be satisfied with the punishment of me on their account. Let my blood be as purification for them, and take my life in recompense for theirs. Thus speaking, the righteous man departed, noble in his torments, and even to the agonies of death resisted in his reasoning for the sake of the Torah. Confessingly, therefore, observing reasoning is master over the passions. For had the passions been superior to reasoning, I would have given them the witness of this mastery. But now, since reasoning conquered the passions, we fittingly award it the authority of first place. And it is but fair that we should allow that the power belongs to reasoning, since it masters eternal miseries. Ridiculous it would be were it not so. And I prove that reasoning has not only mastered pains, but that it is also superior, to the pleasures and withstands them.
Okay. Okay. First Maccabees chapter 8. 1 through 6. Then we jump. You want me to hit this one?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass mine. Not
All right. Anybody else want it? Adam, Marv, May? All
mine.
right, hit it. Okay. Then indeed, vehemently, swayed with passion, he commanded to bring others of the adult Hebrews, and if they would eat of the unclean thing, to let them go when they had eaten. But if they objected, the torment, but if they objected, to torment them more grievously.
More grievously. That means it's gonna be worse, right?
Right. The tyrant, having given this charge, 7 brethren were brought into his presence, along with their aged mother, handsome and modest and well born, and altogether comely. Oh, brother, all the brothers look like me. Whom, when the tyrant beheld, encircling their mother as in a dance, he was pleased at them, and being struck with their becoming and generous mien, smiled upon them, and calling them near, said,
Hey,
"Oh,
and this
you."
is what, and they was dancing around their mama because they know what's coming. This 1,000-year reign ain't nothing new. It's just reconfirmed for us in Revelations, man. You die for that name, man. They already knew what was coming. They said we're gonna give a dance before we go.
Mhm. Whom, when the tyrant beheld, encircling their mother, okay, my fault, number 4. O youths, with favorable feelings, I admire the beauty of each of you, and greatly honoring so numerous a band of brethren.
That's a lot of brothers.
I not only counsel you not to share the madness of the old man who has been tortured before, but I do beg you to yield and to enjoy my friendship. For I possess the power not only of punishing those who disobey my commands, but of doing good to those who obey them.
And what you gonna fall for? That's smooth talk right there. What you gonna fall for?
Put confidence in me. Then, and you shall receive places of authority in my government. And that what Satan did to said to the Messiah. If you forsake your national ordinance and conforming to your vanity to the Greek mode of life, alter your rule, reveal and use delight.
And revel.
And use delight.
So you remember what you used to love to do when you was young, dealing with women and you know what I'm saying, all these other, young desires, right? It say conform to the Greek mode of life, right? Get down how we get down, right? Alter your rule.
You forgot to tell me to jump, Yamel. My bad.
I didn't even forget. That was perfect to read that right there.
Oh, okay. 3.
That was good.
1 through 4.
Want me to read it?
If then, go ahead. Then I jump back to the Maccabees and read.
If then you was raised with Messiah, seek the matters which are above, where Messiah is seated at the right hand of Elohim. Mind the matters above, not those on the earth. For you have died, and your life has been hidden with Messiah and Elohim. When the Messiah, who is our life, is manifested, then you also shall be manifested with him in esteem. Like he said, he tried to tell him, oh, you be part of the government and all this. What he told him, put confidence in me, and you shall receive of authority in my government. Man, mind the matters above. We're not worried about these matters below. You got it.
All right, back to Maccabees 8 and 8. For if you provoke me by your disobedience, You will compel me to destroy you, everyone, with terrible punishments by torture. Have mercy then upon your own selves, whom I, although an enemy, compassionate for your age and comeliness. Will you not reason upon this, that if you disobey, there will be nothing left for you but to die in tortures? Thus speaking, he ordered the instruments of torture to be brought forward, that very fear might prevail upon them to eat unclean meat. And when the spearmen brought forward the wheel and the racks and the hooks and the catapults and the cauldrons, pans and finger racks, they got all type of stuff, and iron hands and wedges and bellows. The tyrant continued, "Fear, young men." Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Fear, young men, and the righteousness which you worship will be merciful to you if you err from compulsion. Now they, having listened to these words of persuasion and seeing the fearful instruments, not only were not afraid, but even answered the arguments of the tyrant, and through their good reasoning destroyed his power. Now let us consider the matter. Had any of them been weak, sprinted, and cowardly among them, what reasonings would they have employed but these? Oh, wretched that we are, and exceedingly senseless, when the king exhorts us and calls us to his bounty, should we not obey him? Why do we cheer ourselves with vain counsels and venture upon a disobedience bringing death? Shall we not fear, O brethren, the instruments of torture, and weigh the threatenings of torment, and shun this vain glory and destructive pride? Let us have compassion upon our age and relent over the years of our mother. And let us bear in mind that we should be dying as rebels, and divine justice will pardon us if we fear the king through necessity. Why withdraw ourselves from the most sweet life and deprive ourselves of this pleasant world? Let us not oppose necessity, nor seek vainglory by our own excretion, excruciation,
Right, suffering.
suffering. The Torah itself is not for to put us to death. If we dread torture, whence has such angry zeal taken root in us, and such fatal obstinacy approved itself to us? Then we might live unmolested by the king. But nothing of this kind did the young men say or think when about to be tortured.
Nothing. They ain't everything we just read about that saying, well, maybe the Most High forgive us if we just give in to the king. Nothing came to mind like that. They said, let's get it on, man.
Praise
They
God.
were
That's how we
all,
got.
my bad. I'll go ahead, Yamil.
No, I was just saying that's how we gotta be in these last days.
Right.
Because we know the promises. We know, like you said, they will dance around. Ain't no 1,000-year reign.
Yeah, that's 1,000-year reign status. So none of these thoughts should come upon us. Same thing when it come in these times. We say, man, come on, oh sovereign, let's get it on. Why wait? Let's get to it.
For they were well aware of the sufferings and masters of pain, so that as soon as the tyrant had ceased counseling them to eat the unclean, they all together with one voice as from the same heart said. Okay, Maccabees chapter 9.
Yeah, what they say, y'all.
Why delay you, O tyrant? We are readier to die than to transgress the injunctions of our fathers.
So this opposite of Biggie when he said he was ready to die. He said we ain't transgressing the injunctions of our fathers, right? That same Torah that was passed down.
And we should be disgracing our fathers if we did not obey the Torah and take knowledge for our God.
Right. And who is your God?
O tyrant, counselor of Torah breaking. Do not hating us as you do, pity us more than we pity ourselves. We account escape to be worse than death. And you think to scare us by threatening us with death by tortures, as though you had learned nothing by the death of Eleazar?
That's that old man we read about. I just pulled out, right?
Right. But if aged men of the Hebrews have died in the cause of the faith after enduring torture,
right?
More rightly should we younger men die, scorning your cruel tortures, which our age instructor overcame.
Come on, man. Come on.
Like, make the attempt then, O tyrant. And if you put us to death for our faith, think not that you harm us by torturing us.
So they already read about Abraham, and they already read about Daniel, Meshach, Abednego, and them. And they like, what they say, make the attempt. Because they like, man, we might even live through this fire. You feel me? You know what I'm talking? I see how you run that back out. We might live through this fire. You feel
me?
We
live or whether we die, right?
Whether we live, whether we die. We might live through this fire like Meshach and Abednego and them. You feel me? Come on, I love that.
They were like, do it. Do it.
Yo,
do
make
it,
the attempt.
Do
they
it.
told he said make the attempt. You feel me? The attempt. We already seen how it go. I like that.
For we, though this is ill treatment and endurance shall bear off the reward of virtue.
Right.
But you, for the wicked and the apostate slaughter of us, shall from the divine vengeance endure eternal torture by fire.
That's the lake of fire, right?
Yeah.
Man, lake of fire, right?
So it said, for you doing this to us, you're going to get the lake of fire. But for us dying for the Most High name, we get what? The
eternal life.
Rewards of virtue, eternal life. Right on.
All praises out, crown of life, rewards of virtue out.
That's nasty. I see you out. Okay.
When they had thus spoken, the tyrant was not only expurgated against them as being refractory, but enraged with them as being ungrateful.
Come on, cause you know how these kings gonna be. You know, kiss my hand, you gonna be. But when you tell them F you, throw me in the fire, all praises to the Most High. They like, hey, they enraged, they expirated with it, right? What's that expirated? Frustrated, expirated?
Hey, you see how Nebuchadnezzar turned the fire up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. 11. So that at his bidding, the torturers brought forth the eldest of them, and tearing through his tunic, he tore through the tunic, bound his hands and arms on each side with thongs. And when they had labored hard without effect in scourging him, they hurled him up on the wheel.
Come on, torture.
Man, they labored hard without effect.
Right.
And the noble youth extended upon this became dislocated. So that was like that movie Super Ninja, how they took an arm, a leg.
We don't know Super Ninja. Don't name movies we don't know. Just don't do that. Just give us something that everybody can relate to. You feel me?
Man, I'm sure everybody in here watched karate movies when they was little.
They ain't
You
watch
ain't
no.
watched Super. You ain't watched Super Ninja. You need to go check it out. It's still good.
I guarantee you, nobody watched Super Ninja in here. Till Mar.
Just because you was at home watching the Brady Bunch and me and Mar was out there watching Super Ninja coming out doing karate afterwards.
You know what I'm talking
You know what I'm saying? He was watching Super Ninja. I mean, he was watching
and both
Brady
y'all
Bunch.
are doing karate moves together. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we sure did when we got older.
Yeah.
Didn't we, Mar? And we
Karate
speak
move.
like them too sometimes, mouth moving and everything.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Super
Hey,
Samurai
14.
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Samurai Sunday.
I told you that brother didn't know nothing about it. He was
Look
watching
at,
Brady
look
Bunch.
at,
66,
look
baby.
at.
Channel
And
66,
they going
man.
hard about it. Hey, we ain't gonna talk about nothing else but samurai now. You know what I'm saying? He got excited.
Man, you got that channel 66 stuck in your head, boy. It's old school.
Yeah, I told you, brothers watching Scooby Doo and Brady Bunch didn't watch stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Hey, man, I watched that too, though, Root.
You're bad. That's crazy. That's crazy. Low key, I did too, Doc. That's
Look
how I
at it.
go.
Look at it. I told you. You gotta watch this brother right here. He'll talk bad about something he used to do.
Come
Who
on,
else
man.
used to do it? Who
We
else
got a
used
lot
to do
of reading, man. You stopping us a lot.
it? Hey, what you mean? We got a lot of reading. We've been reading a lot. I'm just saying.
All right. And with every member disjointed, he exclaimed in expulsation, "Oh, most accursed tyrant, an enemy of heavenly justice, and cruel-hearted. I am no murderer, nor sacrilegious man, whom you thus ill use, but a defender of the divine Torah." And when the spearman said, "Consent to eat, that you may be released from your tortures," he answered, "Not so powerful, O accursed ministers. Is your will as to stifle my reasoning, stifle my reasoning, cut my limbs and burn my flesh and twist my joints?"
Right, he already know what that torture like.
Mm-hmm. "For though all my torments I will convince, for through all my torments I will convince you that the children of the Hebrews are alone unconquered in behalf of virtue."
Oh, just like I said, whether we live or we die.
Right.
Straight up.
While he was saying, go ahead, Op.
I was disagreeing, like straight up. That's it.
While he was saying this, they heaped up fuel and setting fire to it, strained him upon the wheel still more.
And look at that.
And the,
It said they heaped up fuel on it. It's so nothing's new again under the sun, right? Fuel ignites the fire even more, right? That's what you got in your life, fuel, right? All these things, fuel ain't new.
and the wheel was defiled all over with blood, and the hot ashes were quenched by the droppings of gore, flesh, right? And pieces of flesh were scattered about the axles of the machine.
Watching that though, and that's why they do that. That's why these Gentiles do that. That's why they
like to see that stuff, huh?
Yeah, they like to see it. They like to see it. They enjoy that, but they want those who go against what they saying to see that also, to be like, you want to deal with this? You want your flesh to be dropping like that? You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
He's still alive on the wheel. He's still alive. This torture.
And although the framework of his bones was now destroyed, the high-minded and Abrahamic youth did not groan.
So it said the youngsters seeing that old man getting put like that, they like, man, I ain't worried about none of that. You feel me?
I see you in the
kingdom. Yeah.
But as though transformed by fire into immortality, he nobly endured the rankings, saying, imitate me, O brethren,
Mhm.
nor ever desert your station,
Right.
nor abjure my brotherhood and courage.
Right.
Fight the holy and honorable fight of the faith.
Of
Keep the faith.
belief. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. The holy, the
Which
set apart and honorable fight of belief, man. Endure to the end. That's basically what that's saying.
Right. By which means our just and partial paternal providence, becoming merciful to the nation, will punish the pestilent tyrant. And saying this, the reverend youth abruptly closed his life. And when all admired his courageous soul, the spearman brought forward him who was second in point of age. And having put on iron hands, bound him with pointed hooks to the catapult.
A catapult up?
Man.
We got that Psalm 116.
Oh, Psalm 116 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what did it say? Okay, yeah. Did you read 29, right? It said, how sweet is every form of death? You just read that, right, out in chapter 9?
No, I didn't get there yet, I don't think.
Oh yeah, 9. Yeah. You can gotta read 29. Then we go to Psalms. My bad.
Okay. And when on inquiring whether he would eat before he was tortured, they heard his noble signet. After they, with the iron hands, have violently dragged all the flesh from the neck to the chin, the panther-like beast tore off the very skin of his head. But he, bearing with firmness this misery, said, how sweet is every form of death for the faith of our fathers. And he said to the tyrant, think you not, most cruel of tyrants, that you are now tortured more than I. He said, now think you not, most cruel of all tyrants, that you are now tortured more than I, finding your overweening conception of tyranny conquered by our patience in behalf of our faith. You say Psalm 116 out?
Yeah.
Psalm 116. And 16 and what? 15.
Yeah.
Precious in the eyes of Yahuwah is the death of his loving committed ones. Right?
That's why he
Because,
said,
what'd you say?
That's why he said, how sweet is every form of death for the religion of others. All praises. So most
Like
high.
he said, think you not, most cruel of all tyrants, that you are now tortured more than I, finding your overweening conception of tyranny conquered by our patience in behalf of our faith. He more tortured than they is, saying that this don't bother them. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Okay. For I lighten my suffering by the pleasures which are connected with virtue. But you are tortured with threatenings for impiety, and you shall not escape, most corrupt tyrant, the vengeance of divine wrath. Now this one, Having endured this praiseworthy death, the third was brought along and exhorted by many to taste and save his life. But he cried out and said, Know ye not that the Father of those who are dead begot me also, and that the same mother bore me, and that I was brought up in the same tent? Man, I'm cut from the same cloth, basically what he said, right?
People.
Mm-hmm. I abjure not the noble relationship of my brother. Now then, whatsoever instrument of vengeance you have, apply it to my body, for you are not able to touch, even if you wish, my soul.
Mm-hmm.
But they highly incensed at his boldness of speech, dislocated his hands and feet with racking engines, and wrenching them from their sockets, dismembered him.
So he breaking all his bones and all these things, but he said, you can break my bones, but you can't touch my soul.
Hmm? Just like, don't fear him who can kill the body, but fear him who can kill the soul and put you in Gehenna.
Right.
And they dragged round his fingers and his arms and his legs and his ankles. And not being able by any means to strangle him, they tore off his skin, together with the string tips of his fingers, flayed him, and then held him to the wheel.
He said they flayed him. So again, I mean, they cut off his skin, right?
Right. Around which his vertebral joints were loosened, and he saw his own flesh torn to shreds, and streams of blood flowing from his entrails.
From his entrails. That's bad right there.
Yeah.
For sure.
And when about to die, he said, We, O accursed tyrant, suffered this for the sake of divine education and virtue, but you, for your impiety and bloodshedding, shall endure and dissolute and dissolvable torments.
But I mean, they're already telling them that you about to go to the lake of fire for this.
Right. You're gonna get
You said something, Yamel?
Yeah, I'm saying he let him know you got judgment gonna come for this.
Yeah,
man, you gonna get it.
Lake of fire for that.
And thus having died, worthy of his brethren, they dragged forward the fourth, saying, Do not share the madness of your brethren, but give regard to the king and save yourself.
After they already seen blood coming from his entrails and all these things, these Gentiles still want to do more torture. Come on, man. I can't think of no other nation that like just takes joy in this, man.
Right. But he said to them, You have not a fire so scorching as to make me play the coward.
As to make me play the what?
Coward.
Come on. What that revelation say? Ain't no coward entering into the kingdom.
Right.
Man. By the blessed death of my brethren and the eternal punishment of the tyrant and the glorious life of the pious, I will not repudiate. Did I say that right? Repudiate the noble brotherhood.
Right.
Invent, O tyrant, tortures that you may learn, even through them, that I am the brother of those tormented before.
So now you seeing how we go hard. Maybe you will learn, O tyrant.
Right. When he has said this, the bloodthirsty and murderous and unhallowed Antiochus ordered his tongue to be cut off. And cut his tongue out.
Because he talking too much.
Crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Going too hard. And then
What
you
he
know
said.
they always got a crowd around and everybody listening. He going too hard and cut his tongue off.
Mm-hmm. What he said, even if you take away the origin of speech, yet Elohim hears the silence.
Right, because Elohim's the judge your what? Your heart.
For
Inward part. Behold, my tongue is extended. He took that mug out. Cut it out. Cut it off.
Yeah, he put it out for him.
Yeah, he put it out there like, man, here, look, my tongue is out. Cut it off, dude. What you gonna do? For not for that shall you extirpate our reason.
Right, to take away, right? Extirpate, to take away our reasoning.
Right.
I'm
Gladly.
No matter what.
Right. Gladly do we lose our lambs in behalf of Elohim.
Come on,
But
gladly, y'all. Gladly.
Hey, you know, he said, gladly, do we lose our limbs in behalf of Elohim? What Most High say? He said, if your left eye falls through the sin, pluck it out. Right? For it's better that your left eye, you lose your left eye than your whole body being cast into hell, man.
Gladly,
So y'all heard me? Or am I breaking up or?
Okay, now I hear you now. My internet everything just went off in the house and came back on.
Mine too, Rude. Mine too,
Oh,
Rude.
did it?
Yep.
Okay.
Man, now y'all got me nervous, man. We got that cold weather coming. Oh man. You know, they don't know how to act with cold weather.
All right. Gladly do we lose our lambs in behalf of Elohim, but Elohim shall speedily find you, since you cut off the tongue, the instrument of divine melody.
What's that? Hey, wait.
I know.
Wait, can you read that one more time for the brother? You know, I'm slow.
But Elohim shall speedily find you,
right?
Since you cut off the tongue,
right?
The instrument of divine melody.
What's the definition of the tongue, God?
Man, divine melody.
Because that's how you give praises to the Most High. Paul even said it, right? And confess with your mouth. And confess with your mouth, right? You can't talk without your tongue. You can't talk without your tongue. So how can you confess with your mouth? It's the instrument of divine melody. You singing all praises to the Most High, and your tongue is an instrument of it. All praises to the Most High, yeah. That's vicious right there. Woo.
Okay. And when he had died, disfigured in his torments, the fifth leaped forward and said, I intend not, O tyrant, to get excused from the torment which is in behalf of virtue.
That's what he said right there.
Turn.
That man, hold on. All right, that was my verse. That's my verse. Let me read it. This is what he said. This is my turn. Come on, that was me.
Well, I tell you, greedy. Go ahead, Art.
Thank you, Art. Goodness gracious. It's my turn. Just like he just said. It's my turn to read, just like he said, it's my turn to get persecuted. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? This brother right here. All right, verse 3. My turn.
Go ahead. Okay.
But I have come.
Verse 2. I started 2.
Okay, I started back at 1 because it was my turn, like the brother just said. And when he had died disfigured in his torments, the fifth leaped forward and said, I intend not, O tyrant, to get excused from the torment which is in behalf of virtue. So they already knew what comes if they get tormented for the name of the Most High. Virtue. But I have come on my own accord, that by death of me you may owe. Heavenly, verse 3 again, but I have come on my own accord, that by the death of me you may owe heavenly vengeance, a punishment for more crimes. O hater of virtue and of men, What have we done that you thus reveal in our blood? Does it seem evil to you that we worship the founder of all things?
Right,
Live accordingly to his surpassing Torah.
Man,
But this
that
is,
brother battery.
you say what up?
Your battery going down?
A little bit. A little bit.
Okay.
But this is worthy of honors, not torments. Had you been capable of the higher feelings of men and possessed the hope of deliverance from Elohim, behold now, being alien from Elohim, you make war against those who are reserved towards Elohim. And he said this, the spear bearers bound him and drew him in the catapult, to which binding him at his knees and fastening them with iron fetters, they bent down his loins upon the wedge of the wheel, and his body was dismembered, scorpion fashion, with his breath thus confined and his body strangled. He said, a great favor you bestow upon us, O tyrant, right? 1,000-year reign.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Yeah.
Man,
He said,
I appreciate it.
right?
Right.
Appreciate it, Doc.
For real.
Appreciate that. Got my head off. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Real talk. I think about that. Really.
Yeah, you gotta be like that, man.
Right.
Man, I'm gonna kill you. You serving the Most High. Okay, thanks, man.
Come on,
Thanks.
make it
Appreciate
quick. Too. I don't want no torture. A great favor you bestow upon us, O tyrant, by enabling us to manifest our adherence to the Torah by means of noble suffering. Right? Look at that, what they say. It's not regular suffering, it's noble suffering. Right? He also being dead, the sixth, quite a youth, was brought out. And on the tyrant asking him whether he would eat and be delivered, he said, I am indeed younger than my brothers, but in understanding, I am as old. Right? He said, my brother's been putting me on game. Right?
Right.
That's what the elders for. Come on.
I know everything that they know.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you the same thing.
For having been born and reared unto the same end, we are bound to die also in behalf of the same cause. What's the cause we talking about? The Most High name, right?
Right. Yeah.
So that if ye think proper to torment us for not eating the unclean, torment. As he said this, they brought him to the wheel, extended upon which, with limbs racked and dislocated, he was gradually roasted beneath.
Ooh.
Gradually.
Yeah, that one right there. I'm like,
They did him like a Sam's Club chicken. They did him like a Sam's Club chicken.
Man.
And having heated sharp spits, they approached them to his back, and having transfixed his sides, they burned away his entrails. You see how these Gentiles do? Who does that? Come on, man. That's crazy.
Hey, what verse you on, I
just read 19.
Okay.
Verse 20. And he, while tormented, said, O period, good and holy, in which, for the sake of the faith, for the sake of the belief, we brethren have been called to the contest of pain and have been conquered, and have not been conquered, and have not been conquered. For observant understanding, O tyrant, is unconquered. On with upright virtue, I also shall depart with my brethren. I too.
Hey, back to that 21. 2020 then. And it says, and he while tormented said, O period, good and holy, and which for the sake of the faith, we brethren have been called to contest of pain. It have not been conquered. You know, Mashiach, he went through it. When he was dying for our sins, get hit with those stripes. By his stripes we got healed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Example, that's he been that example, for sure. 21. For observant understanding, O tyrant, is unconquered. On with upright virtue, I also shall depart with my brethren. I too, bearing with me a great avenger. I too, bearing with me a great avenger.
The Most High.
Come on. O deviser of tortures and enemy of truly pious. We 6 youth have destroyed your tyranny. For it is not your inability to overrule our reasoning and to compel us to eat unclean, your destruction. Your fire is cold to us.
All right. Go ahead, one more time,
Your fire is cold to us.
That ain't how he said it either. Ain't like, man, your fire, this fire cold to us.
That's how he said it out.
Yeah, that's why you needed me to read this.
Oh, okay. Your fire is cold to us. You know what I'm saying?
Jive turkey fire. Right?
Yeah. Jive turkey.
Your catapults are painless. And your violence, harmless. For the guards, not a tyrant, but of a divine Torah, are our defenders. Through this, we keep our reasoning unconquered. Praise Yah.
Yeah.
Our reasoning is our belief.
Yeah, brothers.
I get this last one. I get this last one. 12. When he, too, had undergone blessed martyrdom and died in the cauldron into which he had been thrown, the 7th, the youngest of all, came forth, whom the tyrant pitying, though he had been dreadfully reproached by his brethren, seeing him already encompassed with chains, had him brought near and endeavored to counsel him, saying, "You see the end of this. You see the end of the madness of your brethren, for they have died to torture through disobedience, and you, if disobedient, having been miserably tormented, will yourself perish prematurely."
Oh, because he's so young, right?
He's young. He's the youngest.
Right.
But if you obey, you shall be my friend.
If you obey, you gonna what?
You're gonna be my friend.
See
This is
what
probably
they
how
gonna
he said. But if you obey, you shall be my friend.
See what Trump gonna tell you, y'all, Mel? Don't believe in Trump. That's what he's gonna tell you.
He said, "But if you obey, you shall be my friend."
That's how he
and have a
talks.
charge and have a charge over the affairs of the kingdom.
Yeah, that's how he talk.
And having thus exhorted him, he sent for the mother of the boy, that by condoling with her for the loss of so many sons, he might incline her through the hope of safety to render the Savior obedient.
Come on. Hey, save your last son, man.
Survivor obedient, to render the survivor obedient. And he, after his mother had urged him on in the ivory tongue, in the
In the
Hebrew
what tongue?
tongue,
Okay.
in the Hebrew tongue,
But I mean, the Gentiles ain't understand when she was talking to him.
right?
Right.
You know, like you said, as we shall soon relate, said, release me that I may speak to the king and all his friends. And they, rejoicing exceedingly at the promise of the youth, quickly let him go. And he, running up to the pans, said, impious tyrant and most blasphemous man,
Right.
were you not ashamed, having received prosperity and a kingdom from Elohim, to slay his servants and to rack the doors of holiness?
She had mama. She put some game on that boy real quick.
Wherefore the divine vengeance is reserving you for eternal fire and torments.
What is eternal fire and torments?
Lake of fire.
The lake of fire.
Wherefore the divine vengeance is reserving you for eternal fire and torments, which shall cling to you for all time. Were you not ashamed, man as you are, yet most savage, to cut out the tongue of men of like feeling and origin, and having thus observed to torture them? But they bravely dying, fulfilled their faith towards Elohim.
Fulfill they what?
Fulfilled their faith towards Elohim.
They believe. They mean they never wavered. Come on, man.
Right.
Whether
Like y'all, right, like y'all was saying, this is how we got to be in these last days when the Antichrist comes, right?
Sure.
Bravely dying,
right,
and fulfill your faith towards the Most High.
And what's the opposite of a coward? Somebody being brave, right?
Right, yeah.
Manly, man.
Bravely dying. A coward gonna be like, nah, you got it. They say you bravely dying for the Most High. Oh, praises. That's 1,000-year range status too. Clock that.
But you shall groan according to your deserts, for having slain without cause the champions of virtue. Wherefore he continued, I myself, being about to die, will not forsake my brethren. And I call upon the Elohim of my fathers to be merciful to my race. But you, both living and dead, he will punish. Thus having prayed, he hurled himself into the pans, and so expired.
And he jumped in that thing, God.
He jumped in it, right? I'm not, get your hands off of me.
Right.
I do this myself.
Right. And he said, I'm gonna speak where I gotta speak first. All praise.
Okay. 17 and 1. That's it, right, Yamel?
Yeah.
17 and 1. And some of the spear bearers said that when she herself was about to be seized for the purpose of being put to death, she threw herself upon the pile rather than they should touch her person. Don't touch me.
Right. That's like a mama. That's a real mama right there.
Right. Don't touch me. I'm getting up here with my sons. You know? 18. Oh, Israeli children, descendants of the seed of Abraham, obey this Torah and in every way be observant. Knowing that observant reasoning is master of the passions.
Right.
And goes not only inward, but outward.
Inward, but what?
outward.
So you showing it too. It's not only inward you obey your inward parts of your heart, but you showing it also through the flesh.
When those persons giving up their bodies to pains for the sake of the faith, we were not only admired by men, but were deemed worthy of a divine portion.
Come on, man. Because that's what they see when you down for that truth. They say, I'll throw you in that fire. You deemed worthy of the divine portion. Right?
Hey, see that with Nebuchadnezzar, right? He made
exactly.
Made that decree, right?
Exactly, yeah.
When he made that decree, what happened? And the nation through them obtained peace. And like they was like the sacrifice, right? For the nation. They sacrificed themselves for the nation.
Right. And then even this nation of Babylon that we in right now, if everybody was serving the truth and living Elohim, think about the peace that will be in Babylon. You feel me? You know, and like you said, Nebuchadnezzar made that decree, and we didn't hear about nothing else after that. You feel me? We might have seen Nebuchadnezzar crawling on the ground like an animal, but other than that, as far as fightings and all these revelations, I mean, revilings, we ain't see that.
And the nation through them obtained peace, and having renewed the observance of the Torah in their country, drove the enemy out of the land.
Who is the enemy?
Man, anybody against the Most High, basically.
Anybody against the Most High in his Torah, right on.
And the tyrant Antiochus was both punished upon the earth and is punished now that he is dead.
Come on, what does that mean? Is punished now that he is dead? What does that mean?
Man, like they told him, he was gonna be in the lake of fire. They told him.
The lake of fire ain't even established, so now he in torments right now.
He where the rich man is at, begging for that water.
Yeah, he in torments.
Well, when he was quite unable to compel Yisrael to adopt foreign customs and to desert the manner of life.
Think about wait. Think about living in Babylon. How many of us have adopted foreign customs? Even when you say, "Hey, yeah, Christmas popping this year," that's adopting a foreign custom, man.
Right.
See, for when he was quite unable to compel Israel to adopt foreign customs and to desert the manner of life of their fathers, then departing from Jerusalem, he made war against the Persians. What you gonna say, Al?
No, I was just saying, and to desert the manner of life of their fathers, like you said, I said, we're not keeping Christmas. They try to make us Christmas and forget about Passover, unleavened bread. You know what I mean?
Right.
Feast of Tabernacles. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. And the righteous mother of the 7 children spoke as follows to her offspring: I was a pure virgin, and went not obey. Excuse me. I was a pure virgin, and went not beyond my father's house, but I took care of the built-up rib. No destroyer of the desert or ravisher of the plains endured me, nor did the destructive, deceitful snake make spoil of my chaste virginity. And I remained with my man during the period of my prime. And these, my children, having arrived at maturity, their father died. Blessed was he for having sought out a life of fertility in children. He was not grieved with the period of loss of children. And he used to teach you, when yet with you the Torah and the prophets, he used to read to you the slain of Havel and Cain, and the offering of Yishak, and the imprisonment of
So
Joseph.
this is another example of the father laying down the foundation in the home.
Right? Let them know, hey, Cain slayed Abel. Cain slayed Abel.
Right. But
No.
he's still reading this to the kids, right? The
Yeah, he
mother
was reading it to the kids.
the mother wasn't instilling this foundation. Now she's letting them know the father instilled this foundation and he died. But he instilled this foundation in the home. So we all live by this. And all my kids died on the name of the Most High.
Right. Training the child up. He was following the commandments.
Right.
And he used to tell you of the zealous fanatic.
Peniac, right. And Leviticus.
Peniac. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I'll read that.
And informed you of Shanayahu and Azaryahu and Mishael in the fire.
We read that earlier too, also.
Mm-hmm. And he used to glorify Daniel, who was in the den of lions, and pronounced him blessed.
Pronounced him what?
Blessed. And he used to put you in mind of the scripture of Yeshayahu, Isaiah,
right,
which says, even if you pass through the fire, it shall not burn you.
Even if you what?
Pass through the fire, it shall not burn you.
Come on, these things are not foreign to them because, again, Abraham was the first one that we read that went through this fire and passed through it. It shall not burn you physically or mentally or spiritually.
He chanted to you, David, the hymn writer, who says, many are the afflictions of the just.
Of the what?
Of the just.
Of the who?
Of the just,
Of the just. Many are the afflictions of the just. If you ain't walking in justness and your afflictions ain't high, then hey man, we gotta examine some things, examine ourselves. Let's say many are the afflictions of the just. You gotta walk through that.
Because
you got to.
Because the just shall live by faith.
The Most High just gonna let you in His kingdom. You ain't went through nothing. Come on, man.
Hey, what they say? A servant is not greater than the master. Most High had to go through it.
Right. He declared the Proverbs of Solomon, who says, he is a tree of life to all those who do his will.
You say
he used to. He used to verify Ezekiel, who said, shall these dry bones live?
That's a question.
For he did not forget the song which Moshe taught, proclaiming, I will kill and I will make to live.
Right.
This is our life,
right,
and the length of our days.
Right.
Oh, that bitter, yet not bitter. Say it again, huh? Broke up a little bit. Say it again, young man.
I was just saying, whether we live or die.
Oh, yeah, whether we live or die. Oh, that bitter and yet not bitter day, when the bitter tyrant of the Greeks,
of the who?
Quenching fire, the Greeks.
Of the who?
Greeks. Quenching fire with fire, and his cruel caldrons brought with boiling rage the 7 sons of the daughter of Abraham to the catapult, and to all his torments.
So when it says to the Greeks, it's talking about a nation of people. These people deal with that type of stuff, man. You'll never think of another nation, the Yevonim. These are the nation that deal with type of torments like that. Come on.
Right. He pierced the balls of their eyes. He pierced the balls of their eyes and cut out their tongues and put them to death with varied tortures.
He ain't just cut their head off. He did it with varied tortures.
before divine retribution, pursued, and will persuade and will pursue the pestilent wretch. But the children of Abraham, with their victorious mother, are assembled together to the choir of their fathers.
The choir of the father, what is that talking about? That's talking about Abraham's bosom. Come on, man.
Having received pure and immortal souls from Elohim.
From who?
From Elohim.
Oh.
To whom be glory forever and ever. Amen. Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
you already know. Amen.
Amen.
All praises.
So we see, like, you know what I mean? Like we said, we read, you know, the Maccabees earlier when they went to war, they picked up the sword, they went to battle. And we seen Daniel, you know, through his faith, right? Either he could have lived, he could have died in that furnace, you know what I'm saying? But the Most High delivered him out that furnace. But then we seen here with the mother and the sons, you know, they died, but yet they lived. You know what I'm saying? So let's revisit that 22. Let's revisit that Luke 22.
Luke 22, 35 to 38. Any takers? I got it. And he said to them, when I sent you without purse and bag and sandals, did you lack any? And they said, not at all. And he said to them, but now let him who has a purse take it, likewise also a bag. And let him who has no sword sell his garment and buy one.
We read that earlier too, though. I remember.
Yeah.
Right?
We read this whole thing.
So now we starting to see that the Most High then naturally he naturally said, prepare yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually. Right? And we just seeing the physical part right now. If you ain't got no sword, sell your garment and buy one. That's the physical part of preparing yourself.
For I say to you that what has been written has yet to be accomplished in me. And he was reckoned with the lawless one. For that which refers to me has an end too.
He's talking about prophecy. He's talking about prophecy right here. This prophecy has an end too. And we know that end. He coming to knock heads off.
Come on, now.
And they said, Master, look, here are two swords. But he said to them, that's enough.
So and they said, Master, look, here are two swords, right? One for the one talking to him, and one for Mashiach. Right? If I had a gun and you was with me, yo, I got two guns. We gotta do something. One for me, one for you. But Mashiach said that's enough. It's not time for that. Right? But there's a time for that when he is going to have that sword. Let's go to Isaiah 63.
Knock your heads off,
verse 1 through 9.
Isaiah 63.
But he's letting him know it's not time for the sword yet.
It's coming though.
Yes, Isaiah 63.
Who is this coming from Edom with garments of glowing colors from
Wait. Who is this coming from where?
From Edom.
That's not talking about the actual land of Edom. That's talking about Pacific people.
Mm-hmm.
With garments of glowing colors from
glowing colors. Who everybody dealing with in these times? Edomites. All right, go ahead, my bad.
Who is robed in splendor, striding forward in the greatness of his strength. It is I who speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Why is there red on your raiment and your garments like one who treads the winepress?
Why? Why does he have red on his raiment?
What's going on here?
What you doing? It look like blood to me. It looks like
Man,
blood. How you got that blood looking on your garments? Right?
he said, man, I have tried the wine press alone,
Come
and
on.
from the people, no one was with me. And I trod them down in my displeasure, and I trampled them in my wrath.
That's why you got that blood on your raiment.
Sound like you're gonna be knocking heads off to me.
That's why you got that blood on your raiment.
Their blood is sprinkled upon my garment,
Oh,
and I have defiled my raiment.
all this blood I gotta change. Gotta get back clean.
For a day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed has come.
Look at that. The Most High love everybody, but he say the day of vengeance in my heart. The Most High ready to come knock some heads off. It's in his heart. We're reading this,
Right.
man.
Well, y'all done my people, and the people that serve me,
Mm-hmm.
the people who stood hard for my word, oh, that day coming. Y'all better watch out. And I looked, and there was none helping. And I was astonished that there was none upholding. So my own arm saved for me,
Right.
and my wrath upheld me.
Come on, man. We're talking about Mashiach right here.
And I tried down peoples in my displeasure,
Right.
and made them drunk in my wrath, and brought down their strength to the earth.
Right.
Let me recount the loving commitments of Yahuwah.
Let me recount the mercy of the Most High. You ain't got enough fingers, you ain't got enough brain to recount the mercy of the Most High.
And the praises of Yahuwah according to all that Yahuwah has done for us.
You can't count this up, man.
Can't count it. And the great goodness towards the house of Israel,
Right.
which he has done for them, according to his compassion,
Right.
and according to his many loving commitments.
And according to the many of his mercies, man. You can't count it. Because look how bad Israel, look how bad we've been doing. Man, most time, man, like my mercy's so great. Praise y'all. Go ahead, out.
And he said, they are my people, children who do not act falsely. And he came, and he became their savior.
That rock.
In all their distress, he was distressed. Right?
We just read about it, huh?
Man.
The Hebrew boys and the mothers go through what they went through.
Right.
You know, and what we about to go through, huh? You know what I'm saying? Whether we live or we die, huh? But Mashiach see all of this, huh?
I like that though. In all their distress, he was distressed.
Right.
And the messenger,
Come on.
Most High, was distressed, you know?
Right.
Look what they're doing to my people. But my people don't even know that it's the end coming. And I'm going to help them.
And what the Most I say, y'all can touch them, but they went farther, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They went extra with it.
In all their distress, he was distressed. And the messenger of his presence saved them.
And the messenger, man, say la on that, man. Stop playing with yourself and say la. And the messenger, the Mashiach, his Mashiach of his presence saved them. Praise y'all, man. Say la. I'm walking off of that. Straight up. Praise y'all. The messenger of his presence saved them.
In his love, and in his compassion, he redeemed them. And he lifted them up and carried them all the days of old.
Revelation 19.
Revelation, last book. Revelation 19, 1 and 2, 11 and 21. And after this, I heard a loud voice of a great crowd in the heaven, saying, Hallelujah! Deliverance and esteem and respect and power to Yahuwah our Elohim, because true and righteous are his judgments, because he has judged the great whore who corrupted the earth with her horn, and he has avenged on her the blood of his servants shed by her. Jumping down to 11. And I saw the heaven open, and there was a white horse, and he who sat on him was called trustworthy and true, and in righteousness he judges and fights. And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, having a name that had been written, which no one had perceived except himself. And having been distressed, and having been dressed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of Yahuwah. And the armies in the heavens, dressed in fine linen, white and clean, follow him on white horses. And out of his mouth goes a sharp sword.
That sword, that's that sword. He said, I have
That
two.
sword.
He said enough. But now it's time for that sword,
And out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall shepherd them with the rod of iron, and he treads the winepress of the fierceness of the wrath of El Shaddai. And on his robe and on his thigh he has a name written, Sovereign of Sovereigns and Master of Masters. And I saw one messenger standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying, Come to all the birds that fly in mid-heaven. Come and gather together for the supper of the great Elohim, to eat the flesh of sovereigns, and the flesh of commanders, and the flesh of strong ones, and the flesh of horses, and of those who sit on them, and the flesh of all people, free and slave, both small and great. And I saw the beast and the sovereigns of the earth and their armies gathered together to fight him who sat on the horse and his army. And the beast was seized, with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he led astray those who receive the mark of the beast, those who worship his image. The two were thrown alive into the lake of fire, burning with sulfur. And the rest were killed with the sword, which came from the mouth of him who sat on the horse. And all the birds were filled with their flesh.
Oh man.
Praise. That was good.
Oh, praises out. Psalms 118, man. Praise Yah. See how Mashiach coming to knock them heads off, right? It's a time for everything,
Yeah.
Knock them heads off.
Time for everything.
You know, whether we live or we die, you know what I'm saying? We got eternal life, and Mashiach gonna be, vengeance is his. You know what I'm saying? He gonna pay all that.
Okay, Psalm 118, Shag, when you ready, yeah.
Yes, sir. Oh, give thanks to Yahuwah, for he is good. Because his loving commitment is everlasting. Let Israel now say, his loving commitment is everlasting. Let the house of Aaron now say, his loving commitment is everlasting. Let those who fear Yahuwah now say, his loving commitment is everlasting. I called on Yah in distress. Yah answered me in a broad place. Yahuwah is on my side. I do not fear what man does to me. Right? And torches. Yahuwah is for me among those helping me. Therefore, I look on those hating me. It is better to take refuge in Yah than to trust in man. It is better to take refuge in Yahuwah than to trust in princes. All the nations surrounded me. In the name of Yahuwah, I shall cut them off. They surrounded me. Yes, they surrounded me. In the name of Yah, I shall cut them off. They surrounded me like bees. They were extinguished like burning thorns. In the name of Yahuwah, I shall cut them off. Pushing the enemy, push me to fall. But Yahuwah helped me. Yah is my strength and my song, and he has become my deliverance. The voice of rejoicing and deliverance is in the tent of the righteous. And the right hand of Yah is doing mightily. The right hand of Yah is exalted. The right hand of Yah acts mightily. Let me not die, but live. Let me not die, but live. Let me not die, but live and declare the works of Yah. Yah has punished me severely, but did not give me over to death. Open to me the gates of righteousness. I enter through them. I thank Yah. This is the gate of Yahuwah. The righteous enter through it. I thank you, for you have answered me and have become my deliverance. The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. This was from Yahuwah. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day Yahuwah has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I pray, oh Yah, please save us now. I pray, oh Yahuwah, please send prosperity. Blessed is he who is coming in the name of Yahuwah. We shall bless you from the house of Yahuwah. Yah is El, and he gave us light. Bind the festival offering with the cords of the thorns of the slaughtering place. You are my El, and I praise you. You are my Elohim. I exalt you. Give thanks to Yahuwah, for he is good. For his loving commitment is everlasting. Praise Yah.
All
praises.
praises.
Praises, man. That's it.
Hallelujah. Ooh, wow.
Hey, that was a good teaching right there.
Praise Yah. Show that was nice.
Yeah, that was good.